We're preparing.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Are we good?
Just give me a moment. This meeting is live streamed. Let me put our recording on. We're live. We're ready to go. Danielle, take it away.
Hey, welcome everybody to the May 2023 Queens Community Board 2 full board meeting. Great that you're all here. A lot of you here tonight. We are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, there we go. So if everybody can go off mute and say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge the allegiance to the flag of
United
the United States of America
and to the
and
republic,
to the republic
for which it stands,
for which it stands,
one
nation,
under
under
God,
God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So welcome everybody. Happy May. This is our first meeting. We are going to start tonight with comments from, I don't see that we have any elected officials here, so we're going to start with representatives from elected officials. I would ask you to try to stay within the 2-minute limit, but I understand that a lot of things have happened over the last week or month, so that you might go slightly longer. I'm going to start with Victoria from Assembly Member Raga's office.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I'm going to keep it to 2 minutes. I know there's a lot that's happened. Officially, the state budget has passed over 2 months late. I'm not going to go through all of the items. If you would like to chat offline, I'd be happy to set up some time. Some major things. So the MTA bus free fare pilot program was included, funding for universal pre-K and free school lunches, something that the member was really excited about. We have the All Electric Buildings Act was included, as well as a version of the Build Public Renewables Act, which are two really monumental environmental acts that are really going to get New York State in line with our environmental goals. I'm going to cap it there, but again, happy to talk about anything else, either in questions or offline. Things that we've done in the community. Most recently, we held a small business roundtable with Filipino small businesses that are from Little Manila area of Woodside. That was attended in partnership with Woodside on the Move Small Business Services and Councilmember Julie Wan's office. In terms of upcoming events, we have a couple. So we have a shredding truck next Thursday, May 11th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. that will be situated right in front of Big Six Towers. Individuals who would like to register in advance can call our office, or you can register day of. We have our rain barrel giveaway happening Saturday, May 13th. Maspeth Federal Savings. If you would like to reserve a rain barrel, please call our office. If you're not a constituent and you would like to reserve a rain barrel, or you would like to reserve more than one rain barrel, we'll add you to our wait list. And then if we have any extra, we will call you, or you'll be first in line for our upcoming rain barrel giveaways. We have our AAPI Heritage Month celebration on Saturday, May 20th from 3 to 5 p.m. at United Sherpa Temple. And then lastly, June 28th from 6 to 7 p.m., we will be hosting a self-defense workshop with Assemblymember Jessica Gonzalez Rojas, Rep. Grace Mang, and Malika. Sorry, I ran through that a little quickly. Happy to take questions.
Great. I see we have a question from Tom first. Tom?
Thank you. Thank you so much. This past week at our Transportation Committee meeting, we heard from the state DOT regarding a project on the BQE that is going to redo the roadway from 47 to 58. We raised questions because, as you may know, and I know Assemblymember Raga knows, that when you go down the ramp from the BQE, even this weekend, it flooded to the point where cars could not transport and people got stuck the cause.
Mhm.
State DOT was not able to respond to our inquiries about how will this construction affect the flooding. So I do ask Assemblymember Braga to follow up with State DOT. Wynwood Gardens is habitually flooding. The BQE there is habitually flooding, and we do need attention to this matter. Thank you.
Yes, of course. And just to touch a bit on the flooding, we have reached out to the state DOT to talk about maintenance of the sewer grates on the area of the BQE that has flooded. We are also contacting DEP to receive some of the inflatable flooding barriers. And once we have those in the office, we'll let you all know. The area around the Wynwood Gardens, around Laurel Hill Boulevard has experienced a lot of flooding in the last few years. Something that our office is interested in is trying to figure out infrastructure solutions to avoid that flooding. But yes, I will follow up with the state DOT and circle
Thank
back.
you. Yeah, because the point specifically is that they're planning this construction, and no one was able to even recognize who was presenting that this is a problem. So we need attention from the state. Thank you.
No, thank you.
I see Patrick Martinez has his hand raised.
Yes, but Tom took the words out of my mouth. So great to hear, Victoria. Yeah, the flooding, especially in Wynwood Gardens, is quite the issue. So thank you.
Thank you.
Sheila.
Hi, Sheila Lewandowski here. I'll be very, very quick because this will be included in the Transportation Committee presentation or brief presentation. All encompassing everything that was just said. There will be a letter that we're asking all of our state electeds to reject the proposal as submitted and the governor for a number of different reasons, including that it doesn't, if we're going to spend all this money, it should address some of these flooding issues, green issues, and a number of other things. But I'll get into more detail during the committee report.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sheila. No more questions? Wow. Okay. Thank you, Victoria. We are going, so we do have two elected officials here. I'm going to start with Senator Gonzalez, who I see just joined. Kristen? Maybe I didn't see her.
Her name's on the list.
Yeah, Mafuzal just said she was here. Okay. Okay, maybe not. I will go to Assemblymember Ardea.
Thank you so much. Good to see everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy almost the start of summer, and happy post-budget passing. So we worked hard on this budget. This budget is over a month late, unfortunately, but there were some good gains, as Victoria alluded to before, especially when it comes to climate issues. So the Bill Public Renewables is something that we are personally very excited about. All Electric Buildings Act as well. And also the implication of what it means with green jobs and green opportunities for Western Queens, for New York State in general. So very excited about those gains. When we were out door knocking and speaking to folks, that was the number one issue consistently. Even now when we're doing mobile office hours, hearing about climate issues, climate initiatives, it's always prevalent. It's always going to be top of mind for folks in our community. So we want to make sure that, whatever was included in this budget address those issues. In addition, we also got the pilot program for the buses, which I'm also very excited about because we could always use more interconnectivity within New York City. So we still don't know where those locations will be. There will be one per borough, as folks may know. So there's going to be one in Queens, but that will be with the discretion of the MTA. And a lot of good gains as well. We're talking about opportunities for low and moderate income earners to become first-time home buyers. You're talking about ERAP coming back. So someone who came from the Legal Aid Society, we were discussing ERAP and the way it impacted a lot of marginalized communities. So making sure that funding was being provided for those in need, especially those being left behind as the cost of living is going up, was a big issue for me personally. So I did want to see that, but I also did want to express my when I spoke on the floor as well, but also to the board, that I am disappointed in a lot of the issues that were passed in this budget. And unfortunately, we know the current leadership with the administration, what that means and what those implications are. So I'm very disappointed that we didn't get to pass good cause. I'm just going to be extremely upfront about that, because when we were in conference, I think there were pretty much every Democrat spoke in favor of this and wanted to pass tenant protections for New Yorkers. So it's really a shame that we didn't get to see it through, especially with housing access vouchers and the ADUs. That was something that we really wanted to see put forth. And every time it felt like we were making good gains, when we were speaking out, when we had an agreement, the goalpost seemed to kept getting moved every 3 to 4 days, what felt like throughout the month of March and April. So I am disappointed about that, and as well as what the implications are for civil liberties and criminal justice reform. So, whenever there's legislation to support that we can bring back some gains on those spaces, I'll be make sure to support as much as I possibly can, because it's not something that I take lightly. I am especially with criminal justice. I am a Latino. I do come from Black and Brown communities. So this is something that I personally, I do take good pain in it, personally speaking. And in addition to some of the big picture stuff, the minimum wage increase, I also did want to share some community updates, some community funding within this budget. So I am excited to announce that within this budget, we included, that we specifically requested. So we got $10,000 for CUF, Churches United for housing within this budget, $90,000 for Make the Road New York's legal services, which we're very excited about, because we have, considering the influx of migrants that we have in New York City, but especially here in Queens, $250,000 that we specifically asked for the YMCA, and $400,000, and which I'm personally very excited about, $461,000 for Bar High School early college. So we're really excited about those gains within this budget. I think this can help the district quite a bit and serve a lot of constituents within the 37th Assembly District. And then just wanted to provide brief updates on what we've done in the district. So just in the past couple of weeks, we've held community cleanups on the southern portion of the district, as well as a clothing drive. So we also wanted to make sure that, we are addressing the issues that we're seeing all over the district. So we'll be doing that on the north side as well, to include families from Sunnyside, Woodside, and Long Island City, making sure there's been, so it has come to our attention about the influx of more migrants, more neighbors coming into these neighborhoods. So we are going to be addressing that issues, but also we'll be focusing on community cleanups. We'll also be focusing on hyperlocal issues as well. So we'll be sending those events out shortly for folks to circulate. And lastly, we're also going to we're getting into discretionary funding phase. So that's when, very separate from this pot, where we'll be able to provide funding opportunities for local CBO. So if there is a local CBO that you would like to see get supported, please just let our office know, and we'll be happy to engage in those conversations.
Thank you. I just want to say, I know you didn't have a role within the budget negotiation team this past budget session. What exactly did you do to help get the things that we needed to get passed done?
So I'm not sure where this is even coming from. So we spoke in conference. We can speak with speaker leadership, speaker staff, what we want to do, speak with advocates. So I've done my part advocating on all these issues, attended as much as I can, spoke to community members as much as I can, spoke to the Hastie's team, spoke to the speakers team, advocated in conference. So budget negotiation in terms of committee meetings, these are all assigned to us. We don't have much of a choice. And I know there's been some narrative about being the only freshman, and that's just not the case. There's actually multiple incoming Democrats within the majority conference that were not included on these committees. But that doesn't mean that we don't have the capacity to speak on the issues. And like I said, I wanted to make sure that I did my piece when it came to climate issues, because that's what I wanted to advocate for, especially when I was speaking to constituents, speaking about Green New Deal in terms of, build public renewables and green jobs. And even now on a more hyper local issue, talking about green spaces in the district, housing as well was a big one for us. So I think we made some pretty good gains, but we said our piece, and it's a shame when it came that we didn't get to have good cause passed, because I think that was a really very big missed opportunity. But I don't blame anyone within the conference. We all said our pieces, and I don't blame the speaker as well. He heard our pieces. He knew what we had to say. He knew what we all wanted and what we advocated for. So having to go back to the district and say that we aren't able to get this through wasn't for me is extremely uncomfortable, because I think this is, especially in Western Queens in the 37th Assembly District, with the cost of living going up as much as they are, I think this was actually critical. And, I'll say, unfortunately, the administration that we have in terms of leadership has the final word on that space.
Kristen, I see your hand, and I'll come to you next. Does anyone on the board have a question for Assembly Member Ardea? Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yep, go
I have
ahead.
a question. Hi, sorry. I am wondering, what have you done for Black and brown small businesses? Because when I met with you, you were very supportive of those kinds of initiatives, especially like you said, the cost of living going up and like lots of small business owners in the area. That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. In terms of what Black and brown businesses, obviously amplifying those spaces, making sure that they're being seen and heard, making sure, so I've personally done district-wide small business walks throughout Sunnyside, Ridgewood, Woodside, Long Island City, speaking to small business owners, providing resources as well. So I've been physically, personally coming in with flyers, small business relief programs, loans available, grants available, and COVID testing, so that they can have them on stock and utilize for them and their staff and customers and clients as well. So we've been doing our part in terms of what we can do to support our local businesses, just making sure that we're spreading resources to them, because that's what this is all about. Making sure that these spaces and these organizations and these small businesses, these small business owners understand what's available to them. And if they have any supports, if they do need any supports, that they know that they can come to us. We can try to do our very best. If there's something that's out of our scope or out of our capacity, making sure that we can guide them to the right step. And that's really what we want to do. We just want to make sure our small businesses are thriving. We're in a district where small business is a very big aspect in terms of where we are in the district. So we do want to support those, especially Black and brown small businesses.
Okay, any more questions? Okay.
Yes, I have a question.
I'm sorry, Nick, I missed you.
Hi, Assembly Member. At our last meeting, our board shared our general feelings about your continuing to remain in office with your representative. We were disappointed that you didn't choose to join yourself and you sent a relatively staff member. I just wanted to know if you had any comments.
Sure.
Yourself. I'd love for you to address that.
No worries. I'll shortcut it for you. So when it comes to the last meeting, I'm not sure why there is an issue. There was a statement put out, but you'll be hearing from me directly in terms of personal matters. I'm not sure what's been said in terms of what's been said or discussed throughout the last couple of weeks. So I'll say this: I actually haven't said anything since March 14th regarding any personal matters. So anything that's been discussed or said has not come from me or my circle. And like I said, the only reason what I'm doing here is just trying to provide news and updates for the district, trying to serve the district both in Albany and here, trying to bring in more funds as much as possible. So we got funding for communities, for CBOs within the district, and that's really what the focus is. It's just providing community services, making sure that we were able to deliver those results. And I think you were with me when we were out, standing at the farmers market, 43rd and Skillman, just talking about on a billboard, talking about all electric buildings, talking about build public renewables, talking about bringing jobs and opportunity, green jobs for multiple people, especially during this time, when in a post-pandemic recovery. So, in terms of any personal matters, you don't need to ask. We'll be addressing it, and you'll hear from me personally. But yeah, the focus is to ensure that we are providing resources and giving updates on where we are in terms of finances, but also in district services and providing those community services and constituent services.
Okay, Laura, go ahead.
Sure. Assembly Member, since you're here now, can we hear updates from you personally right now?
Not so on personal matters. Like I said, I do want to respect the integrity of a community board about civics and constituent work and office work and government work. So that, I'm happy to discuss any issues pertaining to that. Anything regarding personal matters, like I said, you'll hear from me.
With all due respect, that is not a personal matter.
Okay, wait, Julie, wait. I'm gonna come to you. Sorry, we have to keep order. I do want to say that to me, it's not a personal issue. It's a community issue. And I am not in the district, but I represent a community board. I chair a community board that is primarily in the district. And it is something the community is talking about and feels needs to be addressed. And I said what I said last time, and I'm not going to repeat it again tonight, but it is not a personal issue, but a community issue. And with that, I am going to move on to Kristen and then Julie.
Hi, everyone. I have to say, I'm incredibly disappointed to be speaking after Juan Ardila. I will say, some clarity and perspective from up in Albany. I will get to that in a second. I am a survivor. I will let you all know that I called on this assembly member to resign, along with every single overlapping elected from city council to the federal government. This is not an issue or a personal matter. This is certainly an issue that should interest our entire district. And now moving into an Albany perspective, you are not receiving the representation that you deserve. I will say that. Through this budget process, there were some significant wins that the assembly member mentioned. For example, all electric buildings was carried by Assembly Member Gallagher, who has also called for him to resign. He mentioned the Build Public Renewables Act, something that was worked on by the Democratic Socialists of America. Again, all DSA electeds overlapping have called on him to resign. He mentioned good cause eviction, a bill carried by Senator Salazar, another woman and survivor who has called on him to resign. So these wins or these fights that we've been engaged in have been the result of other organizing efforts, myself included. And so it's important to make that distinction, because I certainly in this context do not feel comfortable with the implication that you Assemblymember Ardila, were part of those wins or those fights in the way that you have represented it to our constituents, and our constituents deserve to know in Albany what the dynamics are currently. I will also say that, in my own, budget updates for all of you as well, not only have I been engaged in all of these, working with all of our overlapping electeds, I also did get to carry and pass my own parts of the budget, including for the first time ever in the entire country, having a law passed so that law enforcement cannot buy data on our health, so that people coming to New York seeking to exercise their right to an abortion do not have their data shared with their local law enforcement. This is a result of having influence. This is a result of being able to organize in Albany. And this is what I would hope for from all of my overlaps in all parts of my district across the 3 boroughs. I am going to I am happy to talk about discretionary funds. I'm happy to answer questions, but I think what was said was serious about this budget. And I see that our city council member also had her hand up. And I do want to offer her the space, or anyone else here, to continue asking questions. But certainly my question still is, if we believe in restorative justice, why we haven't seen any real response to this. But thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. I do have one budget sort of query. And that is about the $1 billion for refugees and migrants. How will that money be administrated? Because we have a large population of migrants that are here in Queens and in this district, your district.
Yes, so we allocated money for migrants. And then also, as you heard in the budget, we collectively in our one houses got money for local organizations. So that is not on any one elected, that is on all of the electeds that have been organizing around it and voting on it, not only in our one house budget, but in the final budget. So not only did we do that, we did allocate separate funds. And then once discretionary is allocated to everyone that has not happened yet, and we will, and has not been allocated out from any office, then we will also be putting additional funds there as well.
Okay. Great. Does anyone, before I go to Julie, does anyone have any questions for Kristen? Sheila.
Sheila Lewandowski here. Just a thank you, which I think we can all say. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I will also mention, now that we're doing also another update, we had a bill in the budget, actually 2 bills. One bill that was revenue that, didn't actually represent our values of fairly taxing everyone according to especially the wealth that we've accrued. So I voted no on that revenue bill because I do believe that there's more we need to do. There was another budget bill that had rollbacks on bail reform in addition to charter schools. And it has been clear across the district that we don't want to invest in that. We already have many. We need more money in our public schools. And we certainly want to, when it comes to our judicial system, not risk any pretrial detention, meaning that if you are innocent until proven guilty, so these year-long, years of not even coming to court, that has been happening. And so we need to address that before we expand that or put any risk of expanding that population. And so I voted no on bail and on charters in that. And so I voted no against that budget. And I was only one of 3 senators to do that in the Senate. And there were only a small handful of assembly members who voted no in the assembly, none of whom were on this call.
Kristen, I'm going to come back to you, but Julie has to drop. So I'm going to let Julie speak and then I will come back to you. Julie.
Thank you so much, Danielle. Hi, everybody. It's good to see you all. I'm actually at the new school right now speaking on a panel for Community Land Trust, but my chief of staff is on. Nick Willota will be giving our community update. But I wanted to make sure also for the migrant asylum seeker refugee $1 billion, Danielle, that's actually going to be a reimbursement. So the city will have to spend at least 25% of it upfront and provide all the receipts and all of the contracts in order for us to get reimbursed. So the $1 billion will have to be funded by the city first in order for us to get that reimbursement. So I want to make sure that I answer that question for you. And then, but also thank you to Senator Gonzalez. All of her hard work, as well as all of the other elected officials, has been incredibly impactful, and we are making a lot of headway. We did have all those amazing budget wins, but I came on because I was getting angry text messages from constituents who are incredibly upset about our current situation with Assemblymember Ardea. So I want to make sure that I make it clear that you have to address what the women are calling. And if you cannot ignore the call for resignation from the victim and then not say anything, you have to explain why you're refusing to resign. And I also want to make it clear that harassment of the victims and threatening and intimidating them through your lawyer, Stuart Slotnick, is not okay. For you to expose their names and intimidate them and call their father, telling him that their daughter was sexually assaulted by you or alleging that you did that, that is not okay. What you are doing to these women are not okay. For you to intimidate them, harass them, and silence them via your lawyer. And now they're asking my office for help to get free civil lawyer for their services. That is not okay. What you're doing is harming our community, and it is not a private matter. You have not made it a personal matter because now it is affecting my constituent and your constituent and Kristen Gonzalez's constituent and our neighbor. This is not okay. This is horrific. I had to step out of my panel to make sure that this is public because what you're doing is not okay. They're so scared. They're hiding now because of what you're doing. You cannot do this to the women, and your private investigation from this lawyer is unethical. If you were going to do it, you should not have done it this way. This is not okay. And I do not want to be involved in this way. And you are not leaving me any room to not be involved because I'm getting calls because of your actions. You're not going to be able to ignore this, and we're not going to forget. So please address the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Sheila, can you hold your question for Julie's staffer? Is that okay?
I can hold my question. It's actually more for the state, but
okay. So sorry, I just can't.
Next month.
Julie has to go. Okay,
next
Kristen,
month.
Back to Kristen. Sorry, I'm sorry. So Kristen, I actually wanted to thank you for voting no on the bills that you voted no on. And I wanted to thank you for your statement tonight, and especially for that privacy bill. It's very important to me. And then Sheila, now, do you have a question?
It's actually tied to Councilmember Juan brought up about the reimbursement process and the contracting process, which it's interesting to hear that that's actually something the city is going through with the state, knowing as a person who runs a nonprofit that we go through it as well. And we've been fighting to change some of the contracting process because the idea that it's a reimbursement process is actually really, really difficult, especially for smaller organizations. And so it's just something wanting to say something in support of changing that process. If it's a grant, it's a grant. And if a portion of it's like 80-20 is held back into the completion of a process, that's one thing. But to hold it all back until it's spent really cripples and certainly I know with nonprofits, especially small ones and ones run by immigrants and people of color. So I just wanted to comment on that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Sheila.
that's a great point. And thank you, Sheila, for bringing it up. We can also talk more offline because I think it is a longer fight. It's a lot of bureaucracy in other instances of reimbursement, even outside of this. Reimbursement can take years. There's this massive backlog. So there's a lot that we need to do. So absolutely happy to do that. And then I also, I know this is a very unique situation, but I really did want to, I have to just say, I am deeply disturbed and was not aware of some of the things that Council Member Juan just brought up. And so that is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. And it is an issue that affects the district. It certainly affects representation in Albany. At the very least, I'm happy to, and I believe we should give the Assembly member space here to respond to these things because we deserve to know and truly call this for what it is, which is harassment, which is a abdication of any responsibility. And truly, when you have Assembly member already confirmed that these things did happen in a previous statement, you know, I think it is fair for constituents to be asking these questions.
Indeed. Before we do that, I'm going to go to Roz, then Maury.
Yes, Senator Gonzalez, I know you've always been very supportive of street safety measures, and we were very, very disappointed, many of us, to see that Sammy's Law wasn't included in the budget. I'm sure you felt the same way. And do you have any creative suggestions as to what we can do to make sure it does get passed in the remaining part of this session? Sammy's Law, for those of you that are unaware, is a law that basically gives New York City home rule in setting speed limits on our roadways. And it is named after Sammy Cohen Eckstein, who was killed many years ago, but basically by a speeding driver. And his mom was therefore motivated to be one of the co-founders of Families for Safe Streets. And anyway, let you talk.
No, thank you for giving the context. Was part of the fight for Sammy's Law, and really, and also very devastated that it wasn't in the budget, but we're organizers. And so, you know, we are of course going to fight for it next year, but in the meantime, what my office has been doing is a series of tabling events in Astoria to not only make people aware of this issue. We've partnered with Transportation Alternatives, but also there are DOT surveys that are now public to help with certain intersections that we've lost several of our community members, right, because of traffic violence, to fill out those surveys, to get the DOT and in the first week, since we've gotten over 1,000 people, which is really exciting. So we're getting the community to engaged. We're getting people filling out these surveys. We are, definitely laying the foundation with DOT to even, as we pass this state legislation, to also come into the district and invest immediately in the safety infrastructure that we need to protect bikers and really protect pedestrians as well.
Thank you so much for that.
Thanks, Roz. Maury?
Thank you. Yes, Senator Gonzalez, I just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work on the VPRA. I think it's so important, and I'm glad it moved forward. I know one of the big challenges, of course, and I'm glad it's included in there, is ways to help fossil fuel workers transition, because labor disruptions can be so difficult. And we've seen that traditionally, whether it was from the automobile industry, when big tech came in, and then folks started to lose their jobs because of automation, but people in tech got jobs. We see all these disruptions, and everybody always talks a good game about, oh well, people just need to get retrained, and hopefully this will actually address that in a real way. Also, the Fix the MTA campaign, and then this all because starting to see a reality and a pilot program. Thank you. We need to have these free buses. So grateful for having that happen. And Queens is leading the way with representation in Western Queens, at least here we know. So thank you for that. And I'm also so grateful. I know that your team is also very diligently looking at privacy protections for so many things, including, I think you just got a win today. I think Danielle was telling me earlier about the abortion privacy. And I am so looking forward to your office and you making sure that the New York Privacy Act becomes law, and that I know you're going to make sure that it's even more efficacious than it already is as a bill. And we will lead the country because it'll be even more protective than California's Privacy Act. So I want to thank you, and I look forward to that.
Thank you, Maury. So I am going to, I don't want this to turn into an all-night session of this, but I am going to give Assemblymember Ardea a chance to respond to what has been said tonight, and then maybe take a few questions, but I'm going to ask everybody to please keep it short and polite. So Assemblymember Ardea.
No worries. Thank you. I appreciate it, Chairwoman. So I'll say this again. Look, I hear the concerns of the community board, right? I'm not blind or playing silly about it. And I take allegations very seriously, extremely seriously. So as I said earlier this meeting, I haven't disclosed any information or said anything to any press or public since March 14th. So I don't know what people are saying or where they're getting the information from. I haven't said anything. Like I said, I came here because I wanted to discuss wins for the district. I wanted to discuss community projects for the district. And you will be hearing from me on the personal matter.
Okay, thank you. I would just say that this is a community issue, as I've said before. It is clearly what the community wants to talk about. So that response would ideally be sooner rather than later. And I think it's needed because many of us are very concerned. Sheila?
Assemblymember Ardilla, as another survivor of multiple incidents in my life, some that basically fit the description that was out there almost to the letter. And I think many women, a lot of members of, members LGBT community, transgender community experience sexual violence on a regular basis. Men do as well. And it is not the fact that it is pervasive, the fact that in many ways these are hate crimes because they target specific populations. Wherever you are in the personal or legal process is one thing, but to speak about the fact that it's pervasive and that our misogynistic and still masculine society encourages behavior that is what was described is something that I feel that you have a responsibility as an elected and a leader for our community to speak to. And that is, I'm not feeling like I'm hearing that. And so then I feel that some of what I experienced as a young woman, as an older woman at different times with different behavior by men in many situations is being written off as not a public health crisis, which it is. So I just wanted to share that to hear you say it's personal doesn't take into account that this is societal and that none of us deserve to experience that And many men that I've talked to now who are men don't remember it. The way I experienced it does not dismiss it. And I do, so I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Sheila. You expressed, you articulated something that I feel and have not been able to articulate. Thank you very much. Maury.
Yeah, just a quick point of clarification, Assemblyman Adia. I just wanted to ask, when you mentioned before that on personal matters, we would hear from you on those separately. So did you mean we will soon hear a comment about this specific issue, or you mean in general, in the future, you will direct any issues? Or
No, we're this specific issue. So like I said, I'm not, Sheila, and I really appreciate you saying what you're saying. I am sorry this happened to you and to anybody, because I don't condone it. I don't accept it. And what I'll say is that, like I said, I'm not blind to it, right? I'm not ignoring you. I'm not ignoring any of you. I am hearing it. Believe me, you will hear from me, and all these questions you are going to get answers to. But as I said, this is a community board. I do want to be respectful of it. Why I joined in terms of signed up today wasn't to hide or because people are making noise, has nothing to do with it. I do have a responsibility, Sheila, for addressing these issues, which they will be addressed. I also have a responsibility to deliver results, deliver what was done in Albany, discuss the budget, discuss community events. But I do want to keep in mind, I know what people are saying. I know whatever I hear it. It's disappointing because there's things that are being said that haven't come from me, haven't come from my circle. And like I said, I will address it. You are going to hear from me, but I do not believe that a community board is the space to do so on personal issues like that. Do I acknowledge it is a public health issue? I fully acknowledge it. And that's why we are going to discuss it. So you don't, like I said, you don't need to ask me. I am going to bring it up. You are going to hear from me. All right. Thank you.
Again, this is a community board, and the community dictates what the community board talks about, and this is what the community board is concerned with. Harmeet?
Thanks. Hey, Assembly Member, it seems like you won't be talking anymore tonight about what you're saying is a personal matter, so I won't press you any further at that point. But can you address the point that Senator Gonzalez made a little while ago, that we as a community are not getting the representation that we deserve in Albany?
Sure. Like I said before, I've been doing my part in Albany, so I've signed on to all the bills in terms of what we promised, signing on to legislation in terms of what can support the district as a whole, but also the state as a whole in a more inclusive and equitable state and district. Again, speaking up in conference, speaking to the speaker, making sure that we are advocating for the issues that we promised we would advocate for, having conversations with stakeholders, advocates, and really supporting those issues. So again, you're getting supported. You're getting the in terms of what we promised to do. You are getting that. And please just check my voting record. We're voting on the issues. We're truly supporting this. And like I said, is this budget perfect? No, most budgets never are. It's the furthest thing from it. On a personal note, like I said, I am disappointed that good cause and housing access vouchers wasn't included on this. I am disappointed that we did roll back civil liberties in terms of criminal justice reform that were very monumental gains for Black and Brown communities. So on that note, I am disappointed. But like I said, when I was out here every Saturday speaking to constituents, build public renewables, all electric building, transit equity, those were, every single time we were talking about those issues, those were conversations that kept coming up, even to this day, still coming up. So that's why that was my main motivation in terms of voting the way that I did.
Okay, I would just note that I marched for some of those issues with my Senator Gonzalez, and my Assembly Member Mondami. And, that I feel like is action taken on the budget. Kristen?
Thank you. And again, I really do appreciate everyone on this call and the questions. I cannot believe we as women have to continue holding people accountable But Assembly Member, that is, again, simply a misrepresentation of dynamics in Albany. And again, our constituents deserve the truth. You mentioned every bill you've mentioned is carried by someone who has called on you to resign. And when it comes to delivering things for our community in the budget, when it comes to delivering funds for our community, that is reliant on relationships. And when there is no relationship with any overlapping elected, if we are just ignoring the outrageous issue and lack of accountability for calls of resignation and simply dealing in now leadership in Albany, because I think the first should be enough to not even have to have this conversation. But if we are going to have it, I do believe that every constituent here deserves to know that those are relationship based, that when it comes to the budget and discretionary funds, the governor has most of the power, the executive does, and the governor has called for resignation in this case. So as a state senator, I do not feel that I am getting the support that I need from this specific overlap because of the lack of relationships. And in addition, you know, speaking in conference is one thing. It isn't what gets what we need. So, but appreciate you speaking in support if you have. And then finally, if you are so disappointed with the rollbacks on criminal justice reform, then I am very disappointed to have seen a yes vote on that bill, or a yes vote on a budget that did not bring the justice that our communities deserve. So I, again, would like to just remind folks that there is a difference and that this is a misrepresentation of what has been happening, but happy to hear from you, Assembly Member, how you expect this to change, given, again, the governor and every other elected is very unwilling for this district to work together.
Senator, I appreciate the comments and thank you again for joining us tonight. And like I've said before, I haven't ignored anyone. I will be addressing the issue that people have discussed. So I'm not ignoring it. So I can assure you on that end. The other note is that, no, speaking in conference is not the only thing. And the reason why I voted yes on the budget, and like I said, is because I discussed this with constituents. Since last year, speaking about climate issues, speaking about housing issues, you know, we spoke about delivering results for people, speaking about interconnectivity. Those are promises that I made to constituents directly, personally, standing every single Saturday. And I believe you've told me yourself, this is your favorite farmer's market to attend as well. So I did make a promise to constituents, and that's why. Does it hurt? Is it something that I wanted? No, in terms of rolling back bail reforms, rolling back housing access vouchers, or blocking good cause, absolutely not. Anyone who says to the contrary is really just, with all due respect, misinterpreting or really undermining work that I've done for years advocating tenants. And I don't just mean that as a legislator, I mean that in my entire professional career. Dating back since, you know, early days. So we're really talking about, you know, like I'm still a young guy, right? I'm 29 years old, but even then I've been advocating for tenants and fighting for tenants. So that's what I'll continue to do. In terms of who carries the bill, I mean, like I said, that's not up to me. Those are bills that I'm happy to support, and I had no issue supporting. In fact, many of those are from DSA members. So I'm not sure why there's issues with me voting in line of bills that are carried by DSA members and the ones that opposed it. You know, I supported legislation that they're carrying. This is legislation that helps people in my district. So I by no means am I saying, you know, I did this. I supported it. These are bills that were drafted by colleagues, and I fully support them.
With, again, being respectful of time.
Listen, I do want to be respectful of the time, and we keep saying that.
We can, again, looking forward to hearing that response one. Again, would like to say it is a response on how you will work with colleagues on bills and on things that, or have, which I have not seen evidence of, when it does matter who carries them, because that is who you're working with to advance those key pieces of legislation. So it's more than just voting or maybe saying that you know, supported, and that's really what I was calling out. I feel like I still don't have an answer in how our district will get the representation that it needs, given everything else. But I do have a Brooklyn Community Board to attend, so I have to hop off, and really appreciate everyone in the comments. So looking forward to that response.
Thank you, Kristen. We really appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your words tonight. Thank you for the work you did on the budget. With that, I am going to turn to Dr. Roz for the last word on this topic.
Oh my, the last word. Well,
last word.
Assemblymember Ardilla Juan, you know that in the past.
Roz is muted.
Roz, I think we cut you. We lost you.
Did I cut myself
You're
off?
muted.
All right, I'm
Yeah.
not mute. I'm okay now?
Yep.
Okay.
You're okay now.
So, Assemblymember Ardilla Juan, you know that I've been a great supporter in the past. I was really looking forward to your work in the Assembly. And I'd like to just get an answer or a commitment as to when you're going to have this response, when it will be not personal, but on the record. I mean, one possibility, although I'd really rather it be sooner, would be at our next community board meeting.
I appreciate that, Roz. And I just do want to clarify, when I say personal, it doesn't mean that I won't be addressing it to the public. You know, we're just talking about a personal issue that took place in my life years ago. But no, we are going to address it to the public. So you will, you know, you have that commitment. It is going to be in a timely manner. In terms of the timeline as to why, you know, the timeline took place the way that it did. Like I said, all these answers, I'm fully aware this board has questions. I'm fully aware the district, you know, members of the district have questions. These are all going to get answered. These are all going to be responded to. I'm not, like I said, there's no hiding it. There's no, you know, no one's trying to weasel around it, nothing like that. And like I said, I haven't said anything since March 14th. So anything that's been discussed or said since then has not come from me or my circle.
Perhaps that's part of the problem. You haven't said anything since March 14th. This problem has not been addressed in a timely manner. So
it will be addressed. And like I said, when we do this, it is going to be in a timely manner. When we do this, you will understand why, you know, it took place the timeline that it did. Okay. That's all I'm asking. I know folks are expressing their concerns, and by all means, and, you know, colleagues have expressed their concerns tonight, and there's no, you know, there's no animosity, there's no anger towards, right? That's why I came here. I came here to listen to you, deliver results, what happened in the past month in terms of the Albany side of things, what we've been doing in the district side of things, hear the concerns. Again, I have not ignored you. All right. And the only thing I ask is that people, you know, before we start getting onto this, that we're being ignored, just at least we've heard the concerns, we've heard where people stand. Now, at least give me the space to address them. That's all I'm saying. And I will be addressing them. Okay.
When?
Appreciate it. Like I said, in a timely manner. I'm not going to do this on a community board. Again, this is a community board for civics. I'm pretty sure we've broken about 50 ethic violations on community boards just on this topic alone here. So again, I do want to be mindful of it. And you'll be hearing from me personally.
We do have a parliamentarian, and I guess if we broke any rules, he would have brought it up to us. Although maybe
I would just say it's
excuse tonight, Roz.
Issue. It is something that the community is speaking about. I would never have brought it up last month if community members in the CB district had not been bringing it up to me. And with that, I'm actually going to give Caroline the last word, and then that is it. We're going to move on to, we have other elected official representatives who need to speak with us. So Caroline, go ahead. You're muted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now we hear you.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Sorry.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just have to say one more thing based on the response to Roz. You keep saying we will give a statement, we will respond. This isn't allegations against your team. This is allegations against you. We're asking you to respond. I would just hope that we get more than a written statement that goes out on Twitter. I think the community deserves a lot more than that, and we deserved it a lot sooner. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to end with that, and we're going to move on. I thank everybody on this community board and our electeds who spoke for having this conversation. And I'm going to move now. And I'm sorry, Steve, from the Borough President's office, but you're going to be next to give your update from the Borough President's office, if you're here.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can everybody hear me? All right, thank you so much. The board president has made his statement on the previous matter on Twitter, and he's also called out for him to resign. But I will go move on to speak about the upcoming events. Mother's Day celebration is coming up on Tuesday, May 9th. It's going to be happening at Queensboro Hall. Flyer has been sent out to CB2. There's going to be an MWBE Contracting Opportunities Forum happening on Wednesday, May 17 at 3 p.m. happening at the Queensboro Hall. There's going to be the API Heritage Month celebration on Monday, May 22nd at 6 p.m. happening at Queensboro Hall. The Haitian flag raising ceremony on Tuesday, May 23rd at 5:30 p.m. I'm sorry, guys. We have a lot of celebrations going on. African Day celebration on Thursday, May 25th at 6 p.m. Happening at Queensboro Hall. If you guys have any questions, the Queensboro Hall is going through some constructions. In the front, the entrance to the building is going to be on the right side by the ramp, and you'll be the third door to your right. If you have any questions, I'll put my contact information in the chat.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Steve from the Borough President's Office?
I just have a quick question.
Okay.
I just want to know, you mentioned the MWBE, and I know that with a lot of MWBE, they're starting to update because the city has now expanded into diversity vendor purchasing for the LGBTQ community as a minority business. Do you know if that will be part of this?
And that information, I would have to get you in contact with the organizer. So if you could please shoot me an email and I connect you to someone that has more information on it.
Yeah, if you can provide that to the board office, that would be great.
All right. Thank you so much. You'll get that by tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Mohammed?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Already more asking this question, but MWBA, I have a couple of questions, but the single question that is, the borough president office helping to getting this license or not?
This will be a
because it's a long process. It's a long process.
Yes. I'm actually gonna be putting the email of my contact who is with my colleague who is involved with this directly, and any questions could be addressed to that email when it comes to MWBA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
I'm going to move to Jessica from the Public Advocate's Office. I think this is the first time you've been here. Jessica?
Hi, everyone. Sorry for the background noise and my camera off. I'm currently at a different commitment right now. But I'm super excited that I get to join you guys today, and I'll try and be brief. But the first thing I wanted to highlight was that the public advocate recently went to Capitol Hill to advocate for additional federal resources to address the long-term failures of our immigration infrastructures. And you guys can join and see and send messages to elected officials as part of the Immigrant Rise 2023 New York City to DC efforts. And I will definitely include all of the information in the comment section, especially with our blog that you guys can read more about our demands. And then moving towards legislative updates, the public advocate, 2 of his bills recently were passed. The first one is our Homelessness Bill of Rights legislation that codifies the rights of homeless individuals, both outside of and within city shelter systems, as well as standards that require shelters to meet. It also requires DHS to produce a statement of those rights and make them available to unhoused people. And then the second bill that was passed is a street safety bill that required the Department of Transportation to expedite studies of traffic crashes that involve pedestrian fatalities or serious injuries every 4 years, and to make reports available on any location with 4 or more such incidents. And then these studies would analyze the factors behind the crashes and develop strategies to improve pedestrian safety. And then lastly, just wanted to give you guys some updates about upcoming events. So our office is having our 3rd annual State of the People. That's happening May 15th to the 18th. Be sure to sign up for our bi-weekly newsletter that will include more information, as well as our Eventbrite, which I can also include in the comment section. And then the last thing is just, if you guys are interested, News 12, Bronx and Brooklyn, you guys can watch our monthly segment, Ask the Advocate, which is live every 3rd Monday of the month from 7 to 8, where the public advocate answers any questions from callers live on air. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and any other information I'll definitely include it in the comment section for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. We like having you. Are there any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Okay, Mercedes from Senator Gianaris' office.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I am going to be brief. Just want to give quick updates. As you already know, this budget finally passed. Yay, finally. The senator is actually very proud of the fact that he was able to support, along with other Democrats in the Senate, to make sure that there was no hikes to SUNY and CUNY schools. So that's great. The child tax credit was left alone. And also a lot of expanding the Build Public Renewables Act. And also, more importantly, was able to fight for fiscal responsibility as it pertains to the MTA. So I'm going to lead that into the other factor. CB2, you guys asked for Senator Gianaris' support in the last meeting about Woodside. He already wrote a letter immediately to the DOT showing support, saying that we have to try to cross honor, especially because of the construction that's happening there. So please know that the senator is already in 100% support of CB2 and the residents in relation to that. So thank you for bringing that to our office's attention. We've been doing a lot of work as it pertains to the LIRR and a lot of requests with that. So please feel free to contact our office. The senator has been in constant contact with the MTA and the commissioner, just so that changes can actually be made and a better process for the LIRR and the MTA in general. So please, and one of the things, as you know, he's trying to make sure that the MTA is actually free. That'll be wonderful to be able to achieve that for all of us, because we know ridership could be expensive. So other than that, I'm going to leave it open for questions.
I don't have a question, but I do just want to convey that I'm thankful. I appreciate that the senator, his support, and for fighting to keep in the budget the public campaign finance money. Him and I have talked about that, so I appreciate that. Are there any questions from Mercedes? Okay, I guess we asked all our questions earlier. Thanks, Mercedes.
You're welcome.
And then Nick from Councilmember Wan's office. Nick. Nick, are you here?
He's here. He's having some audio issues. I'm watching him struggle right now.
And I have to say, I keep freezing too, so I'm never sure if it's me or the speaker. I'm trying to see if I can help unmute.
No, Nick is unmuted, but he can't talk or hear.
Okay.
Nick, you
Can
probably
hear me
should
okay?
go out and come back.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Now we
Yes.
hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and we see
Okay,
you.
fantastic. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Quickly, I'll just say Julie actually just texted me to make sure that I shared that she absolutely stands by everything that her constituents have told her directly about Juan Ardila, and also what they've told the Attorney General as well. And so she just wanted to leave the conversation there to finish our thoughts on that. Switching gears, I do want to say it's a real pleasure to be back at these meetings. I know a lot of you personally from my previous work in government and coming to CB2 for many years. Zishan or Debbie, Osman, Kenny, Laura, Sheila, everybody. It's such a pleasure to see you and to work with you again in this sort of new capacity for me as Councilmember One's Chief of Staff. I'm going to put my email and our phone number in the chat, so feel free to follow up with me with any questions or if I can ever be helpful. I'll just say, since I started about 2 months ago, our focus has really just been constituent services and sort of bread and butter issues in the district. This past week it's been flooding, obviously, as the other representatives from elected officials mentioned, bringing DEP to the district to follow up on our infrastructure as well as needs for catch basin clearing and other things. We've sort of pushed HPD to do a major SCREE enrollment event this weekend at the Big Six Towers. So if anyone's here from the Big Six, certainly look out for that event on Saturday. Also sort of helping residents in the Big Six access legal counsel as well to deal with their maintenance increase of 21%. And on that same note, Julie's been working extremely hard, and we've been organizing this week around the rent guidelines board increase, and she signed both the city council resolution about this as well as the 2 letters that have come out of the council, which I can also share in the chat. And we're planning other sort of work as well in that space to make sure there's no unjust rent increases. Beyond that, I do just want to share something we're working on sort of daily in our office, and there's a shelter now. Our office is on 37th Street and Queens Boulevard, the La Quinta Inn. There's a shelter for our sort of newest neighbors and the asylum seekers there. And we've met both with many of the shelter residents this week in our office because we sort of share a wall actually. But also with DHS and for other shelters with Health and Hospitals, who's doing a great job in running some of the better shelters. But with DHS, has had a really bad record of running some of the shelters for our asylum seekers and making sure that they have basic necessities that the contracted providers are supposed to provide. So this week, honestly, our focus has been making sure folks have shoes to wear and have other essentials. So we're working on that daily, as well as connecting folks to immigration legal service appointments. If anyone has any questions for me, happy to take them. And also I see a few hands. Also, I will just mention as a follow-up to something Sheila said, Julie is chair of the contracts committee in the council. And this has been a major focus of our office, has been making sure nonprofits can get paid on time. And so we're working very hard right now and with the multiple deputy mayors and sort of conference and how we can come up with a much more just process where we're not sort of relying on nonprofits to front an incredible amount of money to provide services that the government should be paying for upfront. So, or at least in a much faster way. But anyway, I'll take any questions folks have. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome back. We'll start with Patrick.
Yes, thank you. I think my internet might be a little choppy, but yeah, glad to hear about updates for our newest neighbors and with regards to helping out the Big Six. That's great follow-ups, appreciate it. Can you specify, you mentioned about the flooding and working with DEP. Is the council member, what specifically is she looking to assist with regards to DEP and flooding? And it's great to see some council presence at this meeting, so much appreciated.
Definitely, yeah. So on DEP specifically, we've had everybody who's reached out to our office this week. Everyone's gotten a follow-up call or email. We've reported all the cases individually and worked with the homeowners or residents, tenants to report the cases to DEP, get their 311 numbers, specifying the amount of flooding that they actually received, document damages, things like that. We've reported a number of catch basins in those areas closest to all of the reports of flooding. to DEP and asked that they be vacuumed out, right? That's sort of like vacuum out the catch basin clearing. It's pretty amazing when you actually see the giant trucks that vacuum up the mains, but calling for that to happen in all of these individual catch basins throughout the district. Another thing we've been doing is honestly speaking to DEP about rain gardens and areas where it's particularly not where we sort of have like on Stillman Avenue where the pipes, frankly, and the infrastructure that's there is completely sort of inadequate and extremely old to, handle the amount of rainwater and where we've expanded so much as a neighborhood. But in other areas, particularly where, a basement apartment might not get flooded if there's a rain garden there, if there's just a little bit more support in some of those areas. So we've been working with DEP to identify locations for rain gardens in areas where they haven't been able to install them. But obviously also, I think on a macro level, something we're really focused on is sort of working with our elected representatives in Congress. I will just give a shout out and say that I think Representative Meng's office has been extremely helpful with our team in thinking about sort of infrastructure asks for the district, for Sunnyside and Woodside, where we're on a floodplain. And so we've been sort of talking about ways that we can actually get like real federal dollars to update the infrastructure, because that's in so many of the areas in the floodplain, that's ultimately the bigger fix, right? And just, on a smaller level, certainly, and I think on a personal level, if anyone, we have those DEP flood barriers that I think somebody else also offered, another office offered in a previous statement, and we've been offering those to constituents as well.
Thank you. Sheila?
Yeah, I'm trying to be quick. Hey, Nick, so good to see you. So I'll be very quick. I'll work backwards since you mentioned the contracting. So including there's operating and capital. And I think it's especially challenging for things like CASA programs, CASA programs, where the award itself isn't even, the organization not even notified until very often when they are supposed to almost be done. And the capital, those are huge amounts of dollars that people are expected to lay out and then go through a process after get approved, go through a process of taking out loans. So there's interest, and we're talking about millions of dollars, even if they're very small. And I'm not just talking about my organization, I'm talking about all. So thank you for your work on that. Anything we can do to be supported, testify, and I'll meet with you about that. Something that wasn't mentioned is affordability calculators, and this goes to the state and the city. I know with the rise in rents, and they're going up like crazy. The affordability calculators are still based on so-called area median income, and some of them are also based on a percentage lower than what's considered market. So they're overinflated. And can you share anything about what's happening with that to address this? Maybe and people have heard me say this, remove the top 10, 20% from the affordability calculators, so it's not being skewed by people who are making over $1 million?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not sure sort of where to start in thinking about the best way to address it. I mean, I think specifically for thinking about, what's informing, say, like the Rent Guidelines Board, the Mayor's Rent Guidelines Board, and thinking about that, and as it relates to AMI, I mean, I will say, and Julie was very supportive, and I think this mayoral administration inherited a racial justice commission, which maybe they wish they hadn't, which proposed the true cost of living sort of measurement for New York City. And so I think we're going to be seeing next year from the city an actual published, indicator for what the true cost of living is to live in this city, taking into account not the federal poverty guidelines or area median income, but also cost of childcare, cost of rent, cost of mortgage payments, cost of maintenance payments, cost of things like that are really going to
internet, phone, these things.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And so I think that will be an interesting sort of measure citywide, and for all of us, community board level, city council level, also the agencies and planning. I think that'll be an actual sort of a competing metric that is going to be helpful for us to sort of measure policy up against. I think the larger area median income fight between on the federal end is sort of beyond sort of something I can address, obviously, but I think on this side, I think that's where we're going to see something, and certainly if proposals on the city level all years, because it's sort of the root of a lot of the failed policy around affordability, for sure.
Yeah, I won't keep, because I know other people want to speak, but I think that's one of the things the city can do, and even with the state, is pull back on incentives if they don't meet the city's idea of what is affordability. The federal government can have certain guidelines that go with what they're doing, but the city can also establish certain ones that are based on what the city provides. So that's part of where like we shouldn't be giving awards from affordability if they're not truly affordable.
Thank you,
Correct.
Sheila. That's a very important issue. Thank you, Sheila, for bringing it up. Tom, sorry, I'm sorry that I'm just running through everybody, but we have to move on. Tom.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Hello, Nick, and thank you for being here this evening. I have 5 items, and I promise to run through them quickly. The first 3 items that we are awaiting a response from your office. One relates to the dismal comparison of the tree canopy for Blissville compared to the rest of District 26. Second is our request in response to the council members' offer to have ACE come to a community. The third is our call upon the councilwoman to help us with an issue that was brought before DOT regarding a fence that was put up on the corner of 35th and Van Dam, in which they closed the matter, yet pedestrians, including our residents of Blissville in the shelter, must now walk in the street on Van Dam with no protection. So those are 3 items that we're asking for follow-up on. Fourth is in reference to DEP, is there still an opportunity to share the concerns of the Blissville community regarding flooding? Because this past weekend we've endured flooding like we've never seen before. And not certain what has caused that to happen, since the storm wasn't the worst, but why did it become worse in Blissville this past weekend? And then the fifth, regarding the shelters, I am pleased to hear about the council members' involvement with the residents. Blissville has had 3 shelters since 2018, doubling our population. And we remind the council member to please don't forget about us as it relates to all of our residents in Blissville. We've also called upon the council member to introduce legislation for camp meetings for all shelters, not just the full-time ones, but the temporary ones such as the 2 that we have in Blissville and other areas of District 26 that have been in operation since 2018. So those are my 5 items, Nick. You can respond now if you would like to direct them to me, but really the one I want to hear about now is the DEP. Can we still reach out to your office for help?
Absolutely. Please, I got your email about ACE and I'll respond. Heard on the other pieces, don't want to take everybody's time to go through them one by one, but absolutely either shoot me an email or I'll give you a call about DEP. Yeah, we'll talk.
Thank you. Yes, and
Tom, you're breaking
have been in existence for 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Benjamin, sorry.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. Thank you very much. So you mentioned something about the sewer updates, and so I'm really curious about that. Is there some serious consideration of separated overflow, basically a special sewer for stormwater? So when there is heavy rains and the kind of inevitable floods, we get flood of clean water instead of water that's with the sewer coming from homes and the few small industry that's around here. I'm sorry if you hear high-pitched meows there. The cat wants dinner too. But so that I have that one question, and then I have another general remark about talking about how part of our district is a floodplain, how it is really important to consider the reality of the ecosystem services that a floodplain provides, and how it is important to consider how to redesign the city so floodplains are used for the services they can provide us, which are not necessarily housing and economic activity in the form of gigantic buildings, especially luxury housing, given that a floodplain functions as a buffer to prevent flooding elsewhere. And a seawall does not prevent flooding everywhere, just where the seawall is, for example. And so that's very serious and costly considerations to have. Thank you very much.
Benjamin, I'd love to follow up with you on the DEP conversation. I think it's a good one to have. Julie, Councilmember One, is sort of a sewer and infrastructure geek. I am less of one, and so I don't want to attempt to talk about sort of the intricacies of overflow and separated lines, but I would love to know more, and certainly would love to connect with you so our office can talk about it.
Thank you. Riley?
Hello, thank you very much for speaking with us. I live in Woodside, and vehicles parking on the sidewalk is a major problem in Woodside, and I'm sure other parts of the district. I want to point out in particular that our main pedestrian route to the M&R subway station at Northern Boulevard is constantly faced with obstacles of vehicles parked on the sidewalk. Now there's the construction of the high school, there's the MTA building, and there are auto body shops that are all parking on the sidewalk that everybody uses to walk to the train station. These are working people, families, seniors, people with disabilities, children on micromobility have to use these sidewalks, yet they're filled with vehicles. I've appealed to the NYPD to do something about it, but any 311 complaint I make is issued no summons. So I hope the council member is talking with the NYPD, the 108th precinct, about this, because the constituents do not want vehicles parked on the sidewalk. It is illegal for drivers to do that. This is a major problem in the city, and it seems to be the only city in America that has this major problem. So I hope the council member is speaking with the police department.
Yeah, can I echo that? I live in Long Island City, and I walk, when I have to go into the office, I walk to the ferry, and it's like a maze of cars on sidewalks when I'm walking.
Yeah, absolutely heard. First, on Riley's point, 100%. It's something we've had a lot of conversations about with the 108 since I've been here, and certainly I know from my colleagues it's something we're frequently engaged on. Definitely happy to make it a priority in my work as well, and I'll follow up with you, see if there's other things that we can report. But I completely agree, and I think it's totally unacceptable, and we'll certainly work with the NYPD for sure. And if you look on Twitter, like just Long Island City, Rigo Salazar makes it very clear. The parking on the sidewalk in Long Island City is like beyond just another level. It's totally hard. Yeah.
Thank you. Mohammed?
Thank you. Hi, Nick. So there's a lot of question for you. And my question also the safety regarding. I'm also a Woodside resident, close to PS12, James B. Colgate School. One of the biggest school in the Queens, like in our neighborhood. So there's a two kind of safety related question for Council Member Julian office. First, I'm trying to meet with her last time when she visited the school. I'm requested to the principal to meet with the parents and leaders to the school, but she was denied the proposal because she have another meeting or she was in a rush. But the two major concern is from 61st Street to all the way to the Elmhurst Hospital. If you check the Woodside Avenue, I don't see any security camera installed by the NYPD. and 41st Avenue as well. And the sad thing is, PS12, they don't have their own security cameras. So this is one of the odd situation in New York City, where is the safety issue is the first choice for our kids and children. So I want to reach out to the police precinct myself, but they don't care because I talked to many times. If the Julian office supported for these two issue, like at least to the Woodside Avenue and 41st Avenue, close to the school areas, they can set up a security camera. It will be best for our community, because somewhere is a dark in the nighttime, any accident can happen. We don't have any like few days ago, one case was missing from the school. We don't have security camera. So after 5-6 hours, the NYPD find in Manhattan. If we have this security camera in this area, we can figure out the problem. One guy fighting in front of the school and he ran away. The guy was blooded in the street, and principal and me go there and we take him to the hospital. We don't have any security camera over there for proof. So I would love to set a meeting if need. And by the way, I'm also represent the District 24 Education Council, but we have a limitation for budget. That's why I'm bringing this issue to the Julian office. She can do something for my neighborhood. And second safety issue is, this is not only for the Julian office. I'm requesting to the safety committee, to the CB2 member to visit my neighborhood, especially on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday night after 9 p.m. Lot of women. I'm not saying any complaining because they are professional that, because we have to believe over there. So our kids asking a lot of question, why the women are here, stay in the street, and they are talking to the like annoying, in the nighttime. So you guys understand what I mean. So please, I'm requesting to the Julian office and the safety team visit this neighborhood after 9 p.m. any Friday, Saturday, Sunday night, so that we can solve this issue and save this neighborhood. Thank you for taking long time.
Thank you.
Yep, sure.
Thank you. I'll follow up with you, Mom.
Yeah, definitely. I'll contact with you also.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nick. Welcome back, and we hope to see, we will see you again. Okay, so with that, we are going to move to the public comment portion of the meeting. But before we do that, I just want to remind board members that you need to be on camera. Your presence doesn't count if you are not on camera. That is the rule when we are on Zoom. Okay, we are going to move to public comment, and I just need the list, and I'm not sure who's giving me the list because Anatol is absent tonight.
I am.
You are. Thanks, Maury.
Yes, you're welcome. I'm going to just post it right now.
Maury is.
Yep.
These are the general comments.
General, we have two public hearings tonight, right? Yeah.
Right. Oh,
Okay,
there's
so
3 people signed
three
up.
people. So I will start with Ellen Quish. Ellen?
Yes. Hello, good evening. You
Hi,
got my last
Ellen.
name right. Thank you.
So you have 2 minutes. I'm sorry. And who's timing tonight? Sorry, we have an absence tonight. Maury's timing. Okay.
Is it possible to screen share just because we have a couple of images? And if not, that's okay.
Debbie,
Can you screen share?
my host.
You should be able to make her host.
You would think
And
after
who
would be
needs to screen share?
For
Ellen
David,
Quish.
David
yeah.
Brandt.
I can screen
David
share on
Brandt.
behalf. Yes. Thank you.
Hi, David.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
David Brandt needs to screen share?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Sorry, you would, after 3 years, you think we'd have it down, but we
Okay, David, you have privileges.
It's late. It's been a long meeting, but we appreciate your time. So
Only beginning.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Can you all see our screen? My screen?
Yeah. So
Great.
I'm the director of first-year programming at LaGuardia Community College, and my colleague David and I would like to tell you about an unusual opportunity for 2020, 2021, and 2022 New York City public high school graduates. Those who have not yet decided to go to college. LaGuardia has a new program called College and Career Connect, which is a comprehensive program that will offer 40 students the opportunity to take a free 3-credit course, and a $500 stipend will be given to those who complete the program successfully. This is being supported by grant money from the Petrie and Heckscher Foundations, and they've given it to us to provide recent high school graduates with an introduction to college, offer a high touch support experience, as well as wraparound support services from key areas of the college. There are a number of goals and program features, but probably most unique here is that we're really focused on fostering an environment that's exciting and engaging around learning. So many of our youth have become disengaged as a result of the learning disruption that was caused by the pandemic. We're also intent on helping students understand that obtaining a college degree can lead to upward social mobility. So in other words, recreating or creating a value proposition for these students. We're also focusing on cultivating peer relationships, fostering student participation in a range of co-curricular programming. And then perhaps most unique, we're being very intentional and explicit about creating a culture of kindness as these students emerge from social and educational challenges that were likely posed during the pandemic. Different program activities include panels by faculty, industry and alumni panels, workshops on financial literacy, how to complete the ever-challenging FAFSA form. Anybody who's ever had to do that can understand how complicated that is. We plan on having at least one field trip, workshops on completing the CUNY application form, and peer-to-peer group discussions, and perhaps again, most notably, a family orientation. We're committed to involving family or loved ones as much as possible, understanding that they're often the key stakeholders in their students' success. David?
Great. Thank you, Ellen, and good evening again, everyone. Thanks so much for having us. My name is David Brandt. I'm the program coordinator of C3 at LaGuardia. So we wanted to just go over quickly what makes a prospective student eligible for C3. So prospective applicants are required to have never attended college, right? Like Ellen was saying, we're really trying to capture students who did not opt to go to college after high school, particularly as they were kind of navigating these residual effects of the pandemic. We require prospective applicants to have graduated from a New York City public or charter high school in 2020, 21, or 2022. And in doing so, have possessed a 2.0 GPA or 75 or higher at the time of their graduation, as well as fulfill those 2 English proficiency requirements, just to ensure that prospective students fulfill needs for college level writing. So that is a 65 or higher on the Regents, or a ELA average of 65 or higher. And then given the robust and dynamic programming that's built into this that Ellen was describing, we require applicants to be available Monday to Thursday from 10 to 3. From June 22nd to August 3rd, because we need time, right, to engage students in all of that different programming that we're doing. And we do have it end at 3 because we do realize that students need to work, right? That's just the reality. People might have jobs. So we wanted to end it early enough in the day where folks, if they chose, could go to an afternoon or evening job. So here's some recruitment materials that we've been promoting with different partners, with the DOE, with CDOs, and we're sharing it here in the hopes that folks at this meeting could also help us promote this unique opportunity. We have QRs to the flyer application and website. We're accepting applicants until May 15th, and we've included our contact information as well. We're happy to put the link to this document and presentation on the chat. Feel free to share widely. And that's all for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And thanks for coming during public comment. Next time, if you ever want to come again, just reach out to the office, and we can actually just give you a time to come and speak and not have to hold you to like the 2-minute rule that we didn't follow anyway, but just for the next time. And if you could put all the information in the chat and as well as email it to the office, we can make sure to help get the word out.
That would be phenomenal.
Yeah,
Thank you so
absolutely.
much.
Thank you. I'm
Thank
going
you.
to share that link in the chat right now to these slides.
It's like a great program, so thank you for coming. And I'm going to move to Siobhan Noboa. Forgive me if I said that wrong. Siobhan?
Hi, no, you're good. Good evening, everyone. I'm Siobhan Noboa with Sunnyside Community Services, and I just wanted to share 2 quick events that we're hosting. So the first one is a health fair. Our PS 343 team will be hosting an event for the whole family on Saturday, May 13th from 11 to 2 p.m. We'll be at Noonan Playground at Noonan Park, and there'll be music, games, prizes, of course, community resources, snacks. It'll be a really fun, family-friendly afternoon. So if you want more information on that, I can pop that in the chat. And then we're also on the same day, May 13th, hosting at 2 p.m. a free live concert at our 39th Street location. It's with the Mark Wade Trio. We hope that you can join us for an afternoon of exciting jazz music and listen to some original tunes. This is an in-person event, so I can also put the link to register in the chat and share some flyers if anybody is interested in attending or sharing. So that's it from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you. Okay, and oh, Mercedes, as a constituent.
Yes, as a constituent. Hi, everyone. I'm also a constituent of CB2. I just wanted to first give a special shout out and thank you to all of the board members of CB2. You guys have been amazingly supportive of the event I'm talking about right now. So just wanted to, and also Tom, special shout out to you and Maury. You both have been so tremendously supportive and helpful, and Kat also. Thank you for sending me the information. My oldest son, Dante Jennings, is a student at St. John's Preparatory School. We are doing 2 shows at PS 111. Tomorrow's the first show. We still have some tickets available for tomorrow. And then the second show is Tuesday, May 9th. Tickets are $15. The proceeds go to my son Dante for his education at St. John's Prep. I could put a flyer in the chat so everyone can still attend. Thank you so much. Take care. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Question.
Oh, we have a question.
Yeah, I just want
Yes.
Mercedes. Can you tell a little of the background, because I don't think everybody knows.
Okay, sure. Really quick. So as I was saying, the reason why we're doing the play is I did a GoFundMe, and I've been selling cupcakes at the local fairs in Astoria, Long Island City. I also have been doing like special events for people, and that's how I've been paying his tuition for his freshman year. He has an 89 average. And so I want to keep him going there. It's his dream high school. So in order for me to do that, I have to pay. St. John's Prep is not cheap. Great school, but not cheap. So I, been doing those campaigns, and a writer, producer, and director who grew up in Astoria houses, his name is Mr. Bobby Lang, reached out to me and said, listen, I want to help you out. So let's do 2 plays in the community and be able to raise funds for your son's tuition. So we were able to connect with Principal Dayon Jagan, who is from PS 111. She is awesome, amazing, and she's housing the play for us there.
Awesome. Thanks. Any more questions? Okay, great. Thank you, Mercedes. And I'll look for the link because I'm going to buy tickets and I have not yet. Thank you. Okay, there's no one else for public comment tonight?
No, the rest are for the landmark application.
Okay, well, we're going to move to the landmark application. And that is, so this is landmark application for 2137 45th Ave. And Christine, am I handing this over to you or?
Yeah, I think it's Christine because
Lisa's out.
Yeah.
Lisa?
Yeah, it's Christine and David Mendelson. Is this your application?
Yes, it is.
You need sharing privileges?
Yes, please.
Okay, hang on. You got it.
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah. David, you'll introduce the property and the changes being requested.
Yes. Okay. You should all be able to see the cover right now, hopefully?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, great. Hello, everybody. Thank you for seeing us today, 2137 45th Avenue. I'm Dave Mendelson, a senior project designer at Ben Herzog Architect. We are the architects for the proposed renovations on the house. I believe the homeowners are here in the audience as well. The house is on 45th Avenue between 21st and 23rd Streets. It is within the Hunters Point Historic District. Oops. Sorry. I'll zoom in. So roughly here on the block, it's the north side of the block. The house is 3 stories plus a basement and cellar in the DOB terms. It still looks generally the way it did in the 1940s tax photo, including this fence that was not original. Okay, looking at the overall block, but we are here primarily because Landmarks asked us to present the project relating to a proposed addition at the back of the house. They have a guideline that 50% of the block within the historic district must have similar additions on the back of the houses for them to approve smoothly. From our calculation, slightly over 50% have additions, though most of them are a little smaller. The historic district boundary is here and across the street. Highly visible across the backyards are these much larger 8-story buildings. And about a block to the right, there are the high rises, including One Court Square and the Skyline Tower. So the view across the backyards is of much larger buildings than the small buildings in the historic district. Looking at the backyards now, this is the house in question. There are both old and new additions similar to these. To both sides and down the block. Many of them are 1-story. Ours is going to be 2. Here's a diagram of the house. This is the front facing the street. In the back, this is the addition in question. It's 2 stories plus the guardrail around the top and a deck off the back at the first level and a roof bulkhead. So primarily that's this area here at the back of the house. This is the existing condition. This is the proposed. We'll be matching the windows at the top floor at the back. There's a roof deck that is set in from both the front and back to make it less visible. This is that fence we are changing. We're getting rid of the posts and the otherwise not original fence, but we're keeping the original gate to replace it with a new fence. Here's that gate again, simple metal fence that relates to the window bars, and it's very similar to the house next door. Okay. This is another view of the back, just a larger photo at the back of the house. Okay. The back of the house is not visible from any public right of way. Let's see. Okay. This is the view of the proposed addition from the side. It's the 2 stories. It's a brick wall. There are no windows looking into the neighbors' yards. Those are all on the back. We could see a little bit of the section going up to the roof deck. The cornice at the front is the existing cornice. No change there. These are the floor plans of that area and up onto the roof. So we're setting in from the front and the back. In the building section, you can see the whole thing here. So from the street at the front up to the roof. Again, here's the addition at the back and the the deck and a stair sticking out. We did a mock-up to see how visible it was from the street. The guardrail towards the front of the house is somewhat visible, more from the west than from the east. That's this line here. And we need to extend the chimneys in some way for code, both the one serving our house and the one next door. And at the Land Use Committee meeting, it was requested that we do a shadow study to see any impact of this addition. So what we're looking at here is morning, midday, late afternoon at different times of the year. The house is here, it's on the north side of the block. So generally the back of all of these houses is in shade anyway. In the winter, it's in shade. Spring and fall, backs of the houses are still in the shade. The addition casts a slight shadow on the backyards. In summer, when the days are longer, sun rises and sets farther north. There are some brief moments in the morning where the light does get to the back of the houses. So a small shadow would be cast by this new addition. The much larger shadows here are from the high rises to the east. Midday, even early evening, the backs of the houses are in the shadow. Again, a little more light coming through just before the sun sets. So overall, we're not having a big impact on light to the houses nearby. And it was requested that we do a 3D view. So this is the addition. This is the back of the house. There are other additions of varying sizes down the block, but we think it fits in pretty well. And this is the first level base of the much taller buildings across the backyards. That's the general walkthrough, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the shadow study. Do board members have questions? I know we did receive a letter from one of the neighbors, I think directly adjacent on one side or the other of the house. Is that person here?
Yes, hi. My name's Ted Riederer. How are you doing?
Hi.
Thank you for coming. Danielle, is this the right order to have the neighbors present before? I mean,
yeah, why don't we do the whole presentation before we have questions, if that makes sense?
Okay,
yeah,
that's the end of my presentation.
Right. It just seemed to me appropriate to hear it from neighbors before board members asked questions so that we would kind of have a fuller picture.
I agree.
Okay.
So you want to hear from the public commenters first?
Well, specifically from neighbors, yes.
Well, I think this is different than public comment. I think this is a neighbor who's come specifically to talk about the project.
Did they already sign up? Or
I signed up, so I'm happy to speak in my.
Okay, here's the list of people who are signed up to speak.
Debbie,
excuse me, is the presentation over?
Presentation is over. Do we want to do, just for a question of order, do we want to do questions from the board or public comment first?
Questions from the board first and then public comment.
I would actually rather hear from the neighbors. It might impact some of my questions.
I think
I agree.
Right. That's how the land use committee was. I mean, our main concerns were real, since it's not visible from the street, when this was considered by land use, we felt that, we asked if they, what were the opinions of neighbors, and so this is kind of information for us and for the board, I think.
Okay, so let's go through public comment.
Christina and Danielle, it's your call.
Yeah, we're going to do public comment first. Maury, I am looking at the list. So
Mary Best.
Mary Best, yes.
Yeah.
Mary.
Sorry, do you hear
If
me
I
now?
may we close down the presentation?
Oh, yes, thanks, Tom.
Actually, I think it may be useful to keep that last rendering up, but
maybe we can come back.
Yes.
Okay, Mary.
Or you
Thank
can drop it in the chat.
Do you guys hear me fine?
you. Is there any way you can
Okay.
turn the camera on or no?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, of course.
Sorry, thank you.
Do you see me?
We
Yep.
see you. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So my name is Mary. I am a trustee of 2135. So if you're looking at that, it's going to be to the, well, direct neighbor. I'm speaking on behalf of the current owner, and I'm the fourth generation to grow up in this home. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today, and I'd like to start by voicing my support for reasonable renovations. I'm willing to work with my neighbors, and I'm sure they've done their due diligence to maintain the safety of the neighboring properties, but I do have the following concerns. 1, communication. We were officially notified of this project in March from the DOB permit notices. On 4/28, that's when I received the notice for today's meeting and the architect's letter mentioning a modest addition and minor work. I then went onto the community board website and found minutes from a 4/19 meeting that I was not notified about with a letter like for today's meeting. The minutes included the most description that I received about the project. They also said that the homeowners have spoken to the neighbors, and the only discussion that took place mentioned digging out the basement to make it a livable space and the addition in the backyard, but was not told the size. The minutes also mentioned plans and photos were presented, but today is like the first time I'm seeing them at this meeting. They also requested a shadow study, which brings me to my second concern. As you see, the back of the house faces northeast, and my main living area is on the second floor facing northeast. The new 8-story building that was built behind us substantially reduces our sky view already. With the new extension, it appears the main living area in my home will receive considerably less light in those summer times, which is definitely welcomed, and we enjoy that. The next point I'd like to bring up is vibrations. Given the age of the houses, I'm concerned about the effect of vibrations during this construction. I'm concerned about the type of digging and machinery being used. What is the plan for vibration monitoring? Do they plan to survey the adjacent properties prior to starting work? Will the digging expose any shared basement wall? Is there a need to underpin or reinforce or stabilize the shared walls? I don't want to hold up too much of your time, so thanks again for this opportunity and look forward to hearing the responses to my concerns.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I ask Mary a question?
Yeah.
Sure.
Land Use Chair Danielle Christine, with your permission, since it's so critical to this, I would actually like to hear the end of Mary's letter.
That's fine.
Thank you. Mary, can
Yes.
you finish?
Did you see my screen? Is that why?
No.
Oh.
You said I didn't know if you had more to say. I couldn't tell if you had.
I mean, it's just a matter, the one thing I do want to bring up is that I think the other additions in the back of the house are much more modest. They are small. Some of them are considerably smaller. This will be the largest, the most extravagant addition in the back. It will take up, well, a good portion of the yard, and I want to say with the extended deck off the second floor, it will be over half the backyard. Open space in this city is a rarity, and this is one of the jewels and why it's so beautiful to live on this block. So it's something that I am willing to compromise, and I appreciate wanting to do renovations and making your house beautiful, making it livable. We're all in that, right? We all do that, but to the point where it's going to be blocking the little sunlight that I do get from my home in the main living area of my home, it just seems a bit intrusive. I don't know if that's the proper word, but I don't know if that was recognized when these plans were made of how, affecting it will be to the neighbors.
Okay.
You.
All right, we hear your concerns and thank you for coming. And this is exactly what, we wanted to hear the neighbors' opinions before arriving at our recommendation. So thank you very much.
Of course. I'm willing to compromise. I'm willing to, I see the benefit of having a deck and having, some additions done, but something this extensive is a bit overwhelming and overbearing. Minus in addition to the 2 years that it's going to take to do this, or however long, right? But that's besides the point. That's something that we all have to live with.
Right.
Okay, Justin Iyer. Justin.
Mute yours. Hi, can you hear me?
And
Yes.
Okay, good. So my name is Justin Iyer. My wife Mary and is the trustee at 2135 who just spoke. So I'm also speaking on behalf of the owner here. Also thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about the permit at 2137. Like my wife Mary, I piggyback her concerns, and I do support modest additions, minor work that are afforded to our neighbors as property owners. But I want to express a few concerns about water drainage. I heard some of your speakers before us talk about, obviously rainfall and things like that. So with this a new foundation, you're going to have new foundation work that may change groundwater drainage, which may redirect water to neighboring basements, right? That water needs to go somewhere. Where's it going to go? So what waterproofing strategies are included is our question. And we would like to review those plans if that's available to us. Also the rooftop. So you're building on the roof. So stormwater drainage plans for the top floor, rooftop, and third floor terraced. In light of no parapet separating the rooftops, there may be risk of redirecting water to neighboring rooftops, overwhelming current drainage systems. So is there a stormwater drainage calculation, and can we review those? Is our questions. And during construction, please confirm that there will be temporary protection placed over skylights and roof that has recently been replaced. Again, I want to reiterate that me and my wife support reasonable and moderate renovations. And I would appreciate if the board would take up our concerns into consideration as part of the decision-making process. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ted Reederer.
Reader.
So sorry.
It's okay. How you doing? So my name's Ted Reederer. My uncle is the owner of 2139, which is directly on the other side from Mary's place. My son, this little guy, is the fourth generation to live in the house. My family's been here since 1951. My uncle went to PS1 1954 graduating class. Very proud of that. And I rent a commercial space at 21st and Borden. So I love Long Island City. It's my dream to be in this house and to be here. I really love the new owners of the building. They have kids and they play with my kids, and they're really great people. But I would just like to echo what Mary and Justin said. We actually spoke about it last night, and I had a role in drafting some of those concerns. I think just finding out about the meeting that we weren't notified about, and then just finding out about this 2-story addition was a bit of a shock to us. I am all for people renovating this beautiful block. We are lucky to be here. I'm not looking forward to the construction, but it's not our first rodeo. The house on the other side was recently renovated. I'm wondering if this little guy is going to be able to nap for the next 18 months to 2 years. It's New York City, so everything takes a long time. And lastly, I just want to emphasize that if you look at the plan, it's a little misleading. Most of the additions extend 10 feet out into the yard and are 1 story. This extends 20 feet out into the yard and is 2 stories with a terrace. So it is not business as usual. If you look down the road, this is extra. I know that modest is a term that the buildings uses. I could just hear my uncle in his Archie Bunker voice saying, "What's modest about this? How many terraces do you need?" You know, so I'm concerned. Just to finalize, and thank you for your time again, I really appreciate it. Is the footprint on this row has existed in this form for 150 years, and we're about to substantially change it. And I'm really concerned about how that's going to affect all the issues that Mary and Justin raised. I mean, these are old buildings. They're beautiful buildings. So this is not a minor addition or a modest addition. And I will add that a lot of the renovated structures that the architect highlighted, there was already an existing structure that they built on top of. This is all new. So this is a big deal for us.
Thank you. We have some questions starting with Nick. Sorry, Christine. I don't need to.
Okay, I want to thank the neighbors that came, and I don't have more questions, but I just want to comment so you understand that what the community board is being asked to render an opinion about, or an advisory opinion about here, is only the landmarks question of the appropriateness of the addition, which we will, review later. Some of the concerns I certainly understand that were brought up about drainage and construction issues, foundation issues are really the purview of the buildings department. And, if you have concerns, I think your first, the community board, I guess, can hear about concerns related to those concerns, but that's not sort of what's at issue here tonight, if that makes sense. Okay, I guess we should go to questions from board members because I don't have any more questions.
So Nick is first.
Thank you, Christine and Danielle. I just wanted to echo Christine's statement about the scope of what we're attending to this evening. And I'm really sympathetic about matters related to drainage. But I would ask Ted and the rest of the folks who've come here this evening to be very specific about how these changes alter the historic character of this neighborhood and address the other items to the Department of Buildings. I'm really sympathetic to things related to drainage and other matters. But some of those Archie Bunker comments, I imagine, could be rephrased related directly to historical character, and would love to hear that directly related in all of this. And thank you very much.
Sheila?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Sheila speaking here. Sorry, on other calls I have to announce my name every time I speak. So just for those listening who can't see the visuals. Well, I can't separate some of the nuances from what we're voting on. I understand letter of the law, but as a community board, I feel like some of my responsibility to kind of think about the nuances. Like otherwise, I mean, historic district and landmarking does only tend to include facades, because otherwise we wouldn't have any bathrooms in these buildings because they were built without bathrooms. But we also just had on my block a house where the adjacent property was supposed to hire an engineer for the neighbors to deal with the fact that our buildings hold each other up. And they did that, and the engineer told them not to pour the concrete. And they poured the concrete and trapped a woman in her basement, who fortunately, an older woman who just buried her husband, and fortunately had her phone with her, because otherwise she'd be dead. It was New Year's Eve because they were trying to rush to get the tax break. So I do think some of these structural issues are actually critically important. And I cannot imagine that an extension, I know that's 3 floors. They're not asking for 2, by the way, because it's 2 enclosed floors and 1 open floor. And so that's significant. And it's also about 30% of the length of the house is added on. So I think those are very significant changes. And I think there's an opportunity for them to sit down with their neighbors and come to something more reasonable and come back. But those are big. And I have someone with a small deck right off, and they stare right at me in my kitchen, and I wear my pajamas anyway, because now this is New York City living. But those are big in my mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheila. Mary?
My name is Mary Torres. I have a question about the roof deck, keeping in mind with the question that we're posed to today is how this maintains or keeps within the integrity of the landmark of the block. What is the roof deck going to be used for? Because you're putting a fence up there, which leads and a doorway and a stairway up to the roof, where all your other neighbors have a ladder that just goes up to the roof for egress. What would be the purpose of the roof deck?
It's a recreation space for the family.
You could be having potentially barbecues or get-togethers, loud parties, not that you intend them to be loud, but basically could be used for entertainment space, which none of the other, I don't believe that from a landmarks perspective, in my opinion, that was what those roof decks were built for. So that's just my comment about your answer to that. And I'm familiar with new construction and renovations. How much of that roof would be green, or would it be completely paved over?
It's roof pavers.
So there's no planters, no green roof at all added, planned to be added to that roof deck? Okay.
There could be some small planters. It's not.
I'm just asking the question. I'm trying to keep to our chairperson's directive. I'm trying to keep these to questions rather than opining my opinion, which will come later when we go to vote. Okay, so that's that. And would there be electric on the roof where you would have lighting and potentially noise for playing radios and such?
I can't speak to the volume that
But
they
you're
would use
the
it for, but
architect, so they're electric.
there are outlets up there. Yes.
Okay. Okay. And what type of gas lines are going to be added to the backyard and or the roof, if any, in the plans?
Sorry, do you say gas lines?
Gas lines for the intent potentially to have a barbecue.
Yes, there's a barbecue at the back of the yard and on
And
the
I'm
roof
assuming
as well.
that's- And within code and on the roof.
Yes.
So there's gas on the roof as well.
Yes.
So the intent would be to have a barbecue on the roof.
Fireplace.
A fireplace on the roof. Okay. I probably have many more questions, but I think that covers most of it at this moment, and I may come back during our vote. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. So just so everybody knows the order, Carisha, Benji, Harmeet, and then Anne Marie, who's in the chat and can't raise her hand. So Carisha.
Hi, thanks. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Because I was at this land use presentation, and we definitely had voiced concerns and double checked with the with you guys if you had given the neighbors ample time to notify them. So my question is, why did that not happen? Because we were under the impression that you did your due diligence.
You at that meeting, you asked us to send letters, and we did.
So Christine, tell me if I'm remembering this wrong. I thought that we had also asked if they had already reached out to them, to the neighbors, and I thought that you guys had said that you had already reached out to them before coming to our meeting.
The homeowners had said they've talked to the neighbors. I was not there.
Yeah, we were told that they had talked to the neighbors. I don't think we got, you know, we didn't get any detail about the extent of information that they had given to the neighbors.
Okay, so I guess, you know, clearly hearing from the neighbors, and it was absolutely critical, and I really am appreciative that they took the time to come here and engage with us. Clearly that wasn't ample time, and I just wanted to just state that, you know, I think moving forward and you know, being in the business that you're being and having the experience, it probably should have occurred to you to reach out to them before asking or before waiting for us to ask you to reach out to them.
Hi, I'm sorry to chime in. I just would like to note, I'm one of the homeowners. My husband, Brian, and I are the homeowners of 2137 45th Avenue. I'd like to just clear some possible miscommunication. My husband and I have lived in the house for about a year now, but we've been interested in speaking with this property since November of 2021. And we have spoken with the homeowners, Mary and Justin, as well as Ted, who represents his uncle, many times about our renovations and our plans. But I will say that this was casual. We did not show any specific plans or kind of get into details, but we've had many conversations casually over the past year and a half about the renovations that we have planned on the property. I'd also just like to add that, as Ted mentioned, we have two very, very young children. We are certainly like completely appreciative and empathetic towards not causing disruption and commotion on the street. I know more than most, I'd say, how difficult it is to get a sleeping baby to sleep. So I do not want to cause disruption to nap times or anything like that. And I will go on camera, Nick. Thank you for that call out. We are members of our community here. We've been living in Long Island City for since December 2019. We're really excited to restore the home and make it beautiful. It is already beautiful, but bring it back to its natural glory that is existed here since 1881. As I said, we have two small children. We're really excited to raise our family here. We see this as our forever home. We're local members of the church nearby. We do our best to support small businesses in the neighborhood. We're seeking to bring a farmer's market to the neighborhood. We are invested, and we will do whatever it takes to make sure that our home and the renovations and the life that we have in this neighborhood moving forward is not disruptive and is nothing but respectful and friendly towards our neighbors and those that live in the community.
Thank you. Benji? And I just want to remind everybody that this is the time when we're asking questions, not offering, as Mary said, offering our opinion. We'll do that in the second part of the meeting.
Understood. I wanted to echo a couple of the neighbors' concern about the stormwater and about how the change is more significant. But my question is simply a question that might be inappropriate, so feel free to shut it down if it is. What is the actual purpose of the extension? Is it simply to extend the home, or is it another purpose? Because that, to me, at least for my potential support or not, is an important answer. And what I mean by that is it to extend the home to have more space, or is it to create a potential rental situation where it needs to expand the pool of houses very modestly, but it would extend the pool of houses?
It is a single family house.
And just to add on to that, we have two sets of elderly parents that are often with us. We are extending the home so that we can make the home more comfortable for them. The staircases are not currently up to code. They're quite tight and narrow. By having an extension on the house, we are able to center the stairs in the home, which allows us to make the stairs more comfortable for our elderly parents. It also provides extra space for them so that they can stay over. They're getting older. We like to keep a watchful eye on them.
Thanks. Permeet?
Hey, thanks. Quick question for the presenter. I'm not part of the land use committee on this board, but I do have a little land use experience from another board. I think LPC says two things about these kinds of additions. One, as the presenter said earlier, more than 50% of buildings on the block need to have an existing addition, and it seems like that's fine. A lot of the other buildings have an addition according to the diagram. But number two, I think LPC says that the proposal can be as tall and as deep as the predominant height and depth of the existing additions. And it seems from the diagram we saw earlier that there were some big additions on the block, but that this proposed addition is still bigger than the predominant additions. So my question for the presenter would be, how does the size of this proposed addition compare to the predominant existing additions? And is there a possibility to reduce the size of this addition to the median size of the existing additions?
There are additions on a lot of the buildings. I think there's 1 to 3-story addition towards the end. The existing additions are generally smaller than this one. That is true. You know, to varying degrees, they're different sizes. Well, you know, it could be designed in different shapes. You know, we're trying to accommodate the needs of our clients who live there, and you know, fit in what they're asking us for. Did I miss another point? Sorry.
No, that's good. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go to Anne Marie. So Anne Marie is having trouble with her hand raise function. Anne Marie?
Thanks, Danielle. So my question is similar to Prameet's. It has to do with the bulk of the addition. So I guess my question is for the architect. Well, 2 questions, because I don't remember what was on the plans, but on either side of your proposed addition, are there other additions for the folks that are speaking about their properties next door? Do either of you neighbors on either side have a 10-foot addition or some kind of addition on your property?
Yeah, we have a small brick addition that's about 10 feet by 10 feet. And as far as I can tell, it's probably 100 years old. So it's just came with the house.
So in terms of the other side, I think it was Mary that spoke. Do you have an addition on your house?
I do not. And I'd like to make one comment that the one house down the block that was said to have 3 stories, it was confirmed today. They do not. It's 2. So that is not accurate. So I do think there needs to be a little bit more work as far as how accurate that description is with these additions in the back. They are much smaller, they are much more modest, and at most, they go out 10 feet.
Yeah.
Not 20 with an additional deck on top of that. I think everyone's forgetting that. So it's 20 feet out plus the deck plus the stairs. That is extraordinarily bigger than the others.
I think that if we maybe just to refresh everyone's memory, if you can bring up that rendering, the last image that you showed, it does show fairly clearly the situation.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, it would have been helpful in the rendering, the last rendering, to see where the windows of the neighbors are too. But,
All right. Well, in this image, so as we're clicking through the windows generally align from house to house.
right, but you'd be
skipping ahead.
You'd be covering all of those 3 windows.
Yeah, there. Can you? Yeah, exactly. I think
Right.
this does show the relative sizes fairly accurately.
Yeah.
Can I ask, who is on, is it Mary or Ted that lives, you're facing the home, who lives on the west side of the home? Who is that you, Mary?
That's me.
So you're
I'm on
getting,
the other side.
okay.
If you're looking at this picture, I'm on the other side.
Okay.
okay. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I would just add, we literally found out about the size of the addition this week when we went online and tried to find concrete plans. I think I was just expecting, as the language kind of says, an extension of the first floor. And I realized that there's some ambiguity with ground floor, first floor, second floor. But I was perfectly content to just let it go as is with an extension of, let's say, the ground floor with a terrace, because we have that on the other side of our house. This is not that. So I think that really compelled both Mary, Justin, and I to speak today, because we were sort of just accepting the construction as a matter of fact in New York City and how Long Island City is changing. So I think if you hear any sense of like alarm or urgency in our voices, it's just that this is literally the first time I've ever seen this image.
Mhm.
So that's why.
Well, thank you to my colleagues for asking for the shadow studies, because I think that's what really helped get this here. So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Kenny first, Sheila, and then back to you.
This is for the architect. Can you give us the dimensions, the height, and the depth of that? What appears to be brick walls on either side. Am I correct? There's no windows. That's pure
Right.
brick. What is the height and the extension into the backyard?
It's roughly 20 by 20 by 20 plus the guardrail at the top.
Okay, so 20 feet high. It's a brick wall on each side, pure solid brick wall. That's about 20 and a half feet high and 20 feet in length, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Sheila.
Just a question. So the shadow study, as my yard faces the same direction, and the extensions of 10 feet do have an impact on the sunrise shadows because we face the same direction. So a 20-foot with a railing that comes out 20 feet with the stairwell is really going to affect the neighbor to the west. And I can't really see that as well in the
If you zoom in on the spring equinox, sorry, and right there, I think you see it there. I mean, that's the 8:30 a.m.
Can I just interject that the purpose of my question was not just to highlight the shadow, but just the effect of having a 20-foot by 20-foot brick wall.
Oh yeah, very, very claustrophobic. Yeah.
Very imposing.
And then coming back to what Mary brought up about the roof deck and thinking about landmarks, even though it's not completely visible from the front, I am curious about how visible it is when there are people up there and there's a fireplace visible, or the audio.
Also, landmarks is asking us to weigh in on it, so it's an issue.
And this photo really does demonstrate, as I mentioned, in my knowledge of the houses on that block, I'm not aware of anyone on that block that uses their rooftop for any entertainment purpose whatsoever. And perhaps I'm incorrect, but.
You are correct.
Thank you, Mary.
Hey, any more questions from board members? Okay, Christine, you want to take it from there? We're going to talk about it in the next part of the meeting.
Yeah, I think when we get to the votes, there'll be more discussion. I don't have anything further to add. I want to thank the architects for adding these drawings. I think they really answered a lot of questions, and I want to thank the neighbors for coming and also the homeowner.
Yeah, and if I could just say, we love the owners, and we do not want any enmity, and we support their modest renovations, 100%.
It sounds like a great block.
And
It is a great block. There's kids running up and down. It's changed quite a bit. It's lovely.
It's a very nice block, and thank you. As Christine said, thank you all for coming, and please come back even when it's not an issue, just facing your block. Okay, with that, we're going to move to the second public hearing, which is 2126 45th Avenue. So I'm not sure who's here, Christine, from that.
Is someone here for that application? It's regarding windows, windows that have been installed already.
Yes.
Anybody here from 2126?
Yes. Yeah, yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, Anthony, do you need to share screen?
I do, yes.
Okay, hang on. Okay, Anthony, you now have privileges.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay.
You have to say share your screen. You have the privilege.
Yes. Okay, here we go. Can you see it now? No?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name's Anthony Tsarantanakis, and I'm the architect for 2126 45th Avenue, which is right across the street from the property we've been talking about. This is just to give you a little background.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. We really can't. We only hear
We're at the end of the property.
Anthony, you're breaking up. I'm wondering in this case if it might be good for you to go off camera so that maybe that would help.
Okay.
Although now it seems better.
Well, that's just.
Okay. But you can't see my screen.
We can see your screen. Yep.
Oh, you can. Okay. Is that better?
A little, yeah.
But yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. Well, this is we're the end of the C of O process, and the only thing left from the whole C of O process is this one issue with Landmarks regarding the front facade windows. The issue is that, and let me go through the presentation a little bit. Again, as I said, it's located on the south side of 45th Avenue, kind of in the middle of the block. This is the existing house before the renovation. And as you can see, it's a basement and 2 stories and a cellar below that. The approved drawings essentially for the front facades showed a replacement of the windows. This was also a passive house, so all the windows are passive house windows. The building has a very low carbon footprint, and that's of windows. We were approved in the original Landmark submission in terms of the manufacturer and the pattern. This is from the approved Landmarks drawings. This is a plan of the existing house. And then this is a drawing that shows what was installed, which is very similar to the approved drawing. The main issue with Landmarks is the fact that because of the nature of the passive house windows and the way we wound up getting them in the field, once we got them from the manufacturer, the upper sash of the windows is a little bit larger than the lower sash, and that's true for the pretty much for all the floors. And then it's most noticeable at the lower level, but that's actually hidden kind of by the fence and by the tree in the front yard, by the bush in the front yard. Now you can see these are shots of the building as it's built. The building is right in the center of this row, and you can sort of see how it fits into the row of buildings. These are the other row houses, the other brownstones on the block. These are also shots of the neighborhood. And, you know, I feel that, and my argument to Landmarks and to you is that the finished building it did follow the approved plans, and is also the ultimate building fits within the context of the block, preserves the historic quality of the block, and is a positive addition to the block. This is the south side of the street. And then in this drawing, you get a more of a detailed sense of what's going on in terms of facade and their objections. You can see in the upper floor which is really the third floor of the building, even though it's called the second floor. I just drew a line that indicates where the mid bar of the sash is relative to the other windows. You can see there, the windows themselves are deeper, so there's more of a shadow line, and they're a little bit below the adjacent windows. And that's true on the first floor, the parlor floor, really the second floor. It's a little bit less pronounced. The other thing is that this is the lower level window, which is a little bit more pronounced. And we just also went through and compared the actual size of the frame, a little bit nominal differences in the frame sizes from what was originally in the original drawings. But I would say within what happens with windows in existing brick openings. And then this is a view of the other side of the block. In fact, that's the building we were talking about in the previous presentation. Just to give you a sense of that there are a lot of different and variable windows in terms of their configuration and design on the block, but they nevertheless meld into this wonderful experience of this historic block. And I feel like our building as completed fits into that. So that's pretty much. I also want to say that the owners who couldn't be here tonight, they're away. They're actually in Sweden dealing with some family stuff there. They've been longtime residents. They've lived in the neighborhood for over 40 years. Bert, who some of you may know, is an artist. He is an editor and a librarian, and they're wonderful people. They had a building a block away for many years, and they made a commitment to this neighborhood, created a really wonderful house. The interior is great, and also a very low carbon footprint house. So that's really the presentation. So I'll take any questions you might have.
I just wanted to comment because maybe put it in a little bit more lay terms, what the difference in the window type. So most of all the other windows on the block are double hung with two equal sashes that go past each other, and that where they meet is not, is a place that tends to leak air, as probably a lot of people know. And so with Passive House, which is a rating system or a set of criteria to make a super energy efficient envelope, which is very admirable. The windows that meet that are actually not double hung windows. They're two different types. There's a fixed sash above, and a sash on the bottom is the only one that moves. And it just so it's just a different window type. But I think Landmarks is has to deal with modern attempts to be more sustainable. and this is kind of an example, but I think that the applicant did get that window type approved by Landmarks and made a good faith effort to both be sustainable and meet Landmarks Landmarks criteria. So that's I don't know if that helps people to understand the issue.
Thanks. Maury, is anyone signed up to make public comment on this? Oh, no, sorry, Maury's answering me in chat. So no, are there any questions from board members? I don't.
Yes.
Go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm just not clear on the timing. So you did go to Landmarks, but you didn't come to the here.
I think typically Landmarks, window replacement is a staff issue at Landmarks. It's approved at a staff level, and it doesn't come to the community board or to a full hearing at the Landmarks Commission. So am I correct in saying that, Anthony?
No, I'm going to correct you a little bit. No, what happens is that we originally, when this house, like the previous applicant just before me, we went through a whole review and approval process in 2018 and 19 in order to get the project approved way back then. But after construction, in order to get a certificate of occupancy, you have to get a sign off from Landmarks on the finished product. So as part of that process where we're getting sign offs for everything in the building, all the building department, electrical, construction, everything, we have to go to Landmarks. And so we submitted all the changes that we made during construction. And there were they had a few comments that we resolved, except for this one. So what we're seeking from Landmarks is their construction sign-off approval for the certificate of occupancy. So, and they said, well, the staff said, we can't make the decision about this. And we wish to present it to the commission, to the full commission. So in order for it to be presented to the full commission, it has to go through the community board. So it's kind of a technical procedural thing, but that's why we're here.
Right. But my point is that it wouldn't have been presented, the window issue would not have been presented originally to the community board in 2018 or 19, because typically it would have been dealt with at the commission by the commission staff.
That's right. And they approved, these are the windows, this is the manufacturer and the type of window that they approved back then.
Right.
And why are they requiring a full view by the commission? Why?
Well, because they do not feel like they can make the approval on their own.
Because the windows are not, the upper and the lower portions of the window are not equal in size as installed.
And that was not part of the plan that they approved in 2018 or 19.
The way it was installed is different from the way it was shown on the drawing, slightly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no more board member questions, we don't have anyone signed up for public comment on this. We're gonna, we will discuss this in the second part, in the business part of the meeting, and vote tonight on this. And Anthony, if you could stop sharing screen, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And good evening. Let me get out of here.
Thank you.
Okay. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we are moving to the business part of the meeting. Public is welcome to stay and observe, but now this is when we will go through the things we mostly need to vote on. And we're going to start with attendance, and Anatole has an excused absence tonight. So I think Debbie, you're going to do attendance?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, and if I mispronounce your name, please just say it correctly so I know for the next time. I'm Carol Appleby. Present. Deli Afshkar.
Present.
Anatole's excused absence. John Bahir.
Here.
Anne Marie Burkowski.
Anne Marie Baranowski. Yes,
Very
here, present.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
No problem.
Karish Batan.
Here.
Nick Berkowitz.
Here.
Sandra Begishka.
Here.
Thank you, Sandy. Kat Bloomfield.
Here.
Thank you. Daniel Brecker.
Present.
Carlos Castile Croak.
Here.
Tanya Chavez is excused. Osman Chowdhury.
Yes.
Stephen Cooper excused. Kelly Craig. Kelly Craig, are you here? Okay, you're absent. Warren Davis, ill excused. Lisa Deller excused. Maury Gallinoy,
Here, present.
thank you. Somnath Gamir,
Yeah, present.
thank you. Dr. Raj Gianosis,
Present.
thank you, Raj. Camille Gray,
Here.
thank you. Kenny Greenberg,
Here.
thank you. Mohammed Hossein,
Present.
Mohammed Hossein.
Yeah, present.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Christine Hunter,
Present.
Leland Kendall.
Here.
Great, thank you. Welcome. Badrun Khan. Absent. Diana Ketchler.
Hitchler, here.
Ketchler. Welcome, Diana. Preet Kumar. Did you just say present?
Yes, present.
Thank you. Chimchang Lama. Absent. Sheila Lewandowski.
Present on camera.
Thank you. Benjamin Lucas.
Present.
Great, thank you. Patrick Martinez.
Present.
Thank you. Tom Matusitz.
Thank you, Debbie. Present.
Thank you. Eric Nauberg.
Present.
Welcome. Megan O'Neill. Megan, are you here? Absent. Zishanat.
Here.
Welcome. Riley Owens.
Hello, I'm here.
Great, thank you. Clara Oza. I'm here. Thank you, Clara. Omaya Saab.
Present.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Roberto Saldana.
Present.
Thank you. Laura Shepherd.
Present.
Thank you. Ryan Smith.
Present.
Thank you. Caroline Spitzer.
Present.
Thank you. Lauren Springer. Lauren, I saw you. Lauren Springer. I know you were here.
She's still on, not on camera, but she's on camera.
On camera, but no audio.
Lauren, you're on mute. All right,
She's
I'll
there.
call her.
Oh, there she is.
Lauren Springer, you there?
Yeah.
You sprung into action. Thank you. Punsak Tashi.
Okay,
Thanks, Lauren. Punsak
sorry,
Tashi.
sorry.
It's okay. Okay, absent. Ignello Thomas.
Good evening, everyone. I am here.
Okay, great. Mary Torres.
Aki, I'm here, present.
Okay, Leticia Vasquez.
Hi, I'm here.
Welcome. Frank Wu. Frank, I did
Remember
not
to
see
stay
you.
on camera, you can't absent, you have to stay on, guys.
What?
Everyone has to stay on camera, board members.
Especially after attendance.
Frank Wu is not here. Kalseng Yang Sao. Kalseng Yang Tao. Absent. Thank you. We have a quorum.
Great, thank you, Debbie. I
You're
just want to remind everyone again, if you're a board member, really, if you're speaking or if you're a board member, you need to be on camera. It's not my rule. It's the city rule. It shows that you're present and you are who you say you are, which sounds weird, but that's what it's about. Carisha?
Hey, I know this only happens once a year, but could we maybe plan in the future to have like a formal announcement? I know it's more organic when we used to be in person, but maybe like a formal announcement, saying who the new board members are and all of that stuff, so we can kind of get to know and have a
So
you know.
I'm going to talk about that in my chairperson's report. So yes.
I was
Okay,
just
great.
about to echo that today, Danielle, and say the chairperson will talk about that in her report.
Excellent. Thank you. And welcome new folks.
Yeah.
Didn't we do something like that in the previous meeting where they said, they had to say a few things about themselves and just their names and whatnot? Didn't we do that?
Yes, we did.
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I wasn't sure I was remembering that right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I might have missed that. Oh, was I there last time? Okay. Anyway, it's just because I want to know the new
This is what we're
folks.
going to do, and we're going to go to meeting minutes in a second. We're not going to do that tonight, but in the next meeting, which is June, we will have committee assignments, and at that point, we will announce those committee assignments, let the new board members say a few words briefly, and then we will do that in that next meeting. And that's what I was going to say in my chairperson's report. But before we get to that, we're going to do meeting minutes from last time.
But from my side, is thanks for Caricia Batten for this bringing up. Thank you.
Okay.
And then also on that note too, if we have an opportunity for the different committees to say things so that the new board members could potentially be interested in the different.
So that happened at the last meeting. So we already.
Man, where was
Yeah.
I?
So
Okay.
we
All right.
talked about
Sorry.
this at the last meeting, and many of the new members have been showing up to the committee meetings over the last month. So, and we won't be making those assignments. They're basically made, but they'll be announced next week or the following week.
All right. So I'm just gonna have to make a stronger pull for arts and culture. Got it.
We're taking care of you. Don't worry. You're good. Okay. Meeting minutes from we're in May, April meeting. Yeah, Kat, you're right. Okay, April meeting minutes. Does anybody want to make a motion to approve the minutes?
Tomich's motion to approve the minutes.
I'd like to second Tom's motion. The Zamparo.
How do we want to do this? Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed?
Abstention. I was excused.
I'll abstain because I wasn't there.
Okay, 2 abstentions. Anyone else
I
abstaining?
abstained because I wasn't there.
Riley.
Wait. Who's not?
I
abstained because I was not there. Wait. We just take this back 1 second, Danielle, as you and I learned. If you were not at the meeting, if you're not there, you're not voting, but you're not abstaining. If you went to the new board members swearing in, they discussed this during the conflict of interest and things like that. If you were not at the meeting and you cannot vote, that's not an abstention.
Okay.
And it doesn't count against the quorum. So because you were not at the meeting, you're not voting. So how many are not voting because you were not there to approve,
Sheila,
right?
Christine, and Riley are
No,
not.
Dean? Danielle, say that again?
Sheila, Christine, and Riley.
And Norberto.
And Norberto.
And
Clara
Caricia
as well.
and Nelly.
Yes, please add me to that list as well.
Okay, now
Is
you
that
can
that?
say that again.
Okay, so of those people who were at the meeting and can vote, does anyone oppose approving the minutes? Okay. Seeing no one is opposing, the minutes are approved. Yes, Debbie, am I right?
Yes, correct. Is anyone abstaining? So, okay, it's all approved.
All approved. Thank you all. Okay. Sorry, it's been a long meeting. Okay. So the chairperson's report. So first of all, happy May, happy AAPI month. And there's some really great events that the borough president, the borough hall is putting on that Stephen spoke about earlier. I also want to acknowledge that next week is Nurses Week. And I think we all know the important role that nurses always play, but have played in the last 3 years as we've been through a pandemic. And I will reiterate again with new members. So next month, the plan is that we will announce we're probably going to roll out the committee assignments within the next 2 weeks, but at the meeting, we will formally announce the committee assignments and ask all the new members to say a few words about themselves, their background, where they live, their reason for wanting to be on the board. So we will do that in the next meeting, and we look forward to that. I wanted to mention that I, along with Debbie, and I think Laura was there, were at the State of the Borough meeting last Friday.
And so is Sheila.
And so is Sheila. And Sheila, I saw your picture up on the big screen, which was great. It was the first thing I saw when I walked in was your picture. So it was a very interesting meeting. It was really great to see all the amazing things that have been happening in the borough around healthcare, hospitals, affordable housing, environmental measures, small business. I do have to say that our borough president has some very ambitious plans for CB2. And it's going to be a busy rest of the year and busy future for us on the community board. But it was a really it was a great experience. And if no one has ever been to the Queen's Theater, it's quite a beautiful establishment and really just a nice place. So it was all around very nice. We've already talked about that, so I'm not going to talk about it again. Our next meeting is June 1st. That is Thursday, 6:30, same thing. I think most likely it will be on Zoom. I don't think we're going to change back now, but I do anticipate that we may be going back to in person in September, but don't count on that yet. We'll see what happens in the summer. The last thing I want to say, which was not on my planned remarks, and I'm sorry if I don't want to bring this up again, but I do. I think that clearly we have some strong opinions about the assembly member in 8037. And I am asking the board if, and I know some of you have already messaged me about this, if we want to consider a resolution about that situation or some kind of something to make a statement about that situation. I put that out there to you. We can't be political, but we certainly can say something or make a resolution about something that is impacting our community in a negative way. So, Sheila, I'd love to hear your thoughts since you've raised your hand.
Well, to your point that and you're right, we have to be careful where we tread into political. We can have our conversations and discussions, but when something's documented, I don't think it's inappropriate for us to make a statement about, and we're going to have something similar in transportation, but through the lens of different abilities about, and it's in our values and our bylaws about, looking at things through a lens of, anti-racism and equity, and misogyny and patriarchy is a real thing. So I don't think it's inappropriate for us to have a statement that looks at an issue that affects greater than 50% of the district and the population. That we feel a responsibility to hear from our electeds on issues of sexism and discrimination and violence, in general. That's part of why I was saying it's like one thing for you to shut up about what you call is something personal, but you should be talking about this is the way it impacts everybody. So, I mean, that's my thinking is I don't think that it's appropriate for us to say as a board, we want you to step down, but people could disagree with me. But I think you can disagree. I mean, that's what you want to have this discussion.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's all of those things that you just said, but it's also a representation issue because ultimately a board is about getting resources and representation for our community. And I think my sense is that there was not ample representation for the large part of this board in what is, very important, the state budget negotiation and very contentious this year. With that, Laura.
Yes. I absolutely respect a lot of the points Sheila just made, but I would like to make a motion calling on for the board to call on Assembly Member Ardilla to resign. And I am going to put some proposed language in the chat, which I'm happy to read into the record.
Okay. Debbie, help me out here with what the next step is. Am I asking for a second, or is Maury allowed to make his comment?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment.
I believe, and once a motion is made, that we have to see if there's a second before we can have discussion.
Is there a second?
I'd like to second that motion. This is Amparo. I'd like to second
Thank you.
the
Sorry,
motion.
I couldn't see who he was speaking. Thank you, Amparo. Okay, so with that, we are open to, I think we're calling the question, we're open to discussion, and I will call on Maury.
Yeah, I haven't read the resolution. I'll have to read it, but I think I want to echo what our chairperson has said, chairwoman. Brecker has pointed out that, you know, this is really in the realm of our capacity as community board members. I think we have to be very careful not to get involved in a political or have any appearance of being political, but we know how serious these accusations are. We know how serious this issue is. But to go back to Chair Brecker's point, I think from the lens of the community board's responsibility, this becomes a huge issue about representation and whether our elected representative is able or is in point of fact fully representing the district elected to represent, if there are issues that are, well, I shouldn't say issues, there are allegations that are very serious that may be impeding the elected representative's ability to represent his constituents, especially if it seems like his colleagues in both
Every level of government,
the Senate. Well, no, I think my point is how can you legislate if your colleagues won't engage with you? And how is that helping us? That's where I find a huge issue if I'm just looking at it from a non-political representation issue. That is where I have serious concerns. And I'm in the district. Am I being represented? And that is very concerning to me. If his colleagues in the Senate and in the Assembly in the district and around the district don't seem to be wanting to engage with him, and we have to consider what that means for us in the community.
Thank you, Maury. Camille?
Great. I was trying to look up what my understanding is, that community boards are advisory to city government. So I'm not clear on the impact or role or necessity of advising on a state elected official. Certainly would be happy to support Julie Wan in her advocacy. The remarks that she shared were strong and committed. I think that is well within like the scope of this board and makes sense to me. But I'm not clear on the role of the community board to weigh in on a state matter.
I mean, we have with policy, we did most recently with the converting of offices to housing, which was a state budget issue. So we did have a resolution on that. It wasn't a resolution, we had a letter of support. So it has, I think it's a gray area, but I think we could do it. I don't think we're not going to get penalized if we do it.
Yeah, I very much didn't support that letter either. But the last thing is that this is in the heart of a political question, asking or calling for an elected official to step down, and also not clear on if there's guidance or if there isn't guidance. But this is, it feels a little inappropriate and out of scope to me, but these are very grave concerns, and I agree with so many of the speakers and so many of the elected officials. But yeah, just would love some more clarity on what role and what we could do to help this really uncomfortable, awful situation.
Thank you. Nick?
I just wanted to flag the fact that I am withdrawing myself from this discussion and will not be and will abstain from voting on this issue, given my prior comments in a different capacity, in an elected capacity, and do not want to give the appearance that this is benefiting me in any way politically. So removing myself from further discussion on this.
Understood. Christine?
I want to, I guess, echo some of Camille's concerns. I think I'm uncomfortable with the fact that these are just allegations, and I don't think there's been any, or I don't feel fully informed about whether or not there's really, how much investigation there's really been or any kind of due process. So while I hear all the concerns, and the matter of whether or not his colleagues in Albany are working with him. I mean, you could say the same thing about this woman, I believe in Montana, who's been cast out. No, you could say she's ineffective because her colleagues won't work with her. I mean, that I don't think that's a standard for calling on somebody to resign if they haven't had some kind of due process investigation of what what actually took place. So I mean, you all may be more aware of the extent of what's really known about what happened than I am, but it just makes me a little uncomfortable that we should, I think it might be appropriate to say that it's not that he should make a public statement and that it is affecting people in the district, but I'm uncomfortable calling on him, for the community board to call on him to resign.
So I will just say two things. One, he's actually admitted to this act. He's admitted that he did this, what he's accused of. And two, it is, regardless of what he says, it is fact that he was removed from budget negotiating committee and all of his freshman colleagues were on that budget negotiating committee. That is what happened. So, but I agree. We can talk about if we do this, and we can talk about if we do it, what the language is. Roz?
I'm very much in support of this motion. However, I do think I'd like to suggest possible amendment in the form of deletion of 2 paragraphs. I think when we don't need to get into urging him to fully cooperate with investigations, all we need is him not, to make room for us to have proper representation, effective representation. And the paragraph after that, encouraging him to engage in meaningful processes of accountability. Again, I just think we don't need to say that, and I'd rather delete those. And so I'm asking if that, I'm proposing that as an amendment.
So if we proceed, I think what actually should happen is we should take a few of you who want to write this, and I will help. We'll put this together with what Laura has already done, and we can amend it as we need, and then we can look at it again and agree that that's what we want to put out.
Well, I'd kind of like an answer from Laura, though, as whether she thinks those 2 paragraphs do.
Yeah, I would accept that amendment.
Thank
you. Points.
Benji?
Yes, hi. I'm sorry if my internet has been dropping out on and off, so maybe somebody put that comment out, but I'm not sure I understand why this would be a political statement, given that he admitted to that misconduct. And I don't see how calling out someone on their misconduct is a political statement. I know it's been made political by a former president, for example, but I don't understand why that would be political. He had a misconduct, and I think that should be spoken to. And we have quite a few people in the neighborhood who have raised that issue. I've heard of several small group of people, at least a couple of independent groups of people who tried to go and speak to him in his local office about the issue, and they have not, I mean, basically he's evaded any form of discussion as far as I was told, as far as I understand. I was not part of the group, the couple of small group of people who tried to go and basically have a conversation, adult conversation with him. And we heard him tonight kind of evading any form of direct answer, just saying, oh, it's a personal matter, I'll talk about it later, basically, and then switching on to the budget where he is not part of the negotiation and things like that. But anyway, that's probably besides the point. Like, my only real point here is I don't understand how it's political.
Thank you. Mary?
Can I respond?
Can we go through all the comments and then just raise your, like, I just want to make sure everybody's heard.
I'm personally uncomfortable as a member of the board with, and Laura, God bless you for taking all that time to write up that very long, detailed proposal. I kind of feel sometimes less is more. And I think when you start, you're basically then getting into the weeds of it. Do I think he's a jerk, to quote somebody else? Yes. Do I think he was inappropriate? Yes. Did he admit it? I did not personally ever hear him admit it, so I can't say that I know that he admitted it. And in due process, everyone is awarded due process. That's our right as an American. So I kind of feel like in this case, and I don't know that I would vote in favor of it in that language. Do I think he should step down and see the bigger picture? Yes. Unfortunately, we've seen people go through way worse and still get the job done. So I know it's very convoluted and it's kind of pretty muddled, because I kind of feel the whole thing is pretty muddled. I mean, I do believe that the people who made the allegations are being truthful, and the fact that from hearsay you're saying he admitted it, but I'm not comfortable just putting my name to that very long, detailed letter.
Zishan? Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. So I do want to point out, I think we gave him multiple opportunities to explain his side of the story tonight. His staffer, I mean, God bless her, she had a very tough time last meeting. It was very clear this was an issue that was very important to the community board. Further, I just want to read his statement in the Times when the allegations first came out. It says, he said that his actions were inexcusable and that he would not debate the facts. And then this is a quote from him: "I want the public to know that I am deeply apologetic for my past behavior and acknowledge that my actions have caused great harm. I recognize that this harm was not only to the individuals who came forward, but extends beyond the victims and impacts survivors everywhere." So that seems pretty straightforward to me. And if the Times misquoted him, he's had ample opportunity to address that, certainly, including tonight, and chose not to. I think when it comes to whether he's effectively working with others or effectively able to represent us, I think the sheer fact that we had to spend over an hour tonight trying to get a clear answer out of him means that our business is being impeded by his presence. I do kind of hear general consensus on sort of the concerns about his actions. I wonder if there's something we could do to kind of show a more unified voice as a board, more along the lines of vote a bit of no confidence in him, or something that might be slightly more a comment on his professional stature rather than sort of whether he holds office or not. I don't know if that might address people's concerns, but it's one thing I wanted to throw out. But I liked the resolution and would plan to vote in favor of it.
that's a interesting idea. Thank you. I don't know if we can, but that's interesting. Sheila?
Yeah, actually, thank you for that. I would be more interested in having a conversation about a simple statement, to Mary's point, less is more. And something more like if folks felt comfortable with a vote of no confidence, that seems a little bit more within the realm of what I think would be appropriate. There, I mean, and there's also some language, and also I echo the thank you to Laura for doing all this work, but there's legal language in here, including the term assault, that to me is like, I don't feel like we can say legally that he's admitted to assault because he didn't use that language. And also that gets into, and there's a couple of things in there that I think for me, it goes too deep into things that we're not a court of law. We have an opinion and we can have a feeling of no confidence, but that's, so I just wanted to share it, but I appreciate what Zishan, I apologize if I said your name incorrectly. I'm just sharing.
Thank you, Sheila. Pramit?
Really quick, I just want to quickly throw out one point. The community board has a code of conduct for board members. It says clearly that discrimination and sexual harassment are strictly prohibited. If a board member violated this code, they would be removed immediately. We should expect anyone else that we work with closely to also abide by a similar code. So I feel like that's some standing that we have to make the statement, to make this call.
Thank you. Very good point. Thank you. Maury?
Well, poor Maury's on mute. Come on back.
Oh, here I am. So I put this in the chat, but I wanted to say it for everyone. Because this resolution is long and because there's been some questions and concerns, and I'm eager to hear what Camille has to say, follow up to what her point in response to someone else's comment. Maybe we need to table this until next month meeting so that we have time to review it all and then address these concerns. The other thing is, I take Ramit's point and Session's point, I think, very well. I forgot who just said it before about the language of assault. Was that you, Sheila? Yeah, I think that's you've verbalized what has been some of my concern with this. Not only teetering on something political, but I don't want to see the community board sued for using verbiage or language that accuses someone, or if we're not lawyers and we don't know how to protect the board properly. I think Session's point more eloquently states what I was trying to say before, where we say there's no confidence. We're concerned about representation. We're concerned about controversy, or however it's written, but address what we do know and what we do feel, not the legal issues. Even some of the stuff that you could say it's splitting hairs, but remember what Bill Clinton said, it depends what the definition of the word is. I know we have some lawyers here on the board, and I think they could probably expound on this a lot better than I can. But some of these concerns, like we can say, oh, he admitted it, but I'm sure we could have 6 lawyers give us 6 different opinions about whether he admitted it or what he admitted to or didn't admit to. And if we are assuming such and such, I don't want to put the board in a bad place where it's open to being sued. And let's just get the point we want across, which is we don't have confidence, which is what Session said, which I think is a very clever way to put it and accurate.
Thank you, Maury. I'm going to go to Camille next, because I'm just trying to go in order of when she asked to speak.
Great. Yeah, thank you. In terms of political questions, political issues, calling on an elected official to resign, I think is one of the most extreme things, in my opinion, that you can do. So I totally support what Maury and Sheila and some of the others have said. I think just being very crisp in the language and articulating the voice of the community, concern that the community's interests are not being properly or effectively represented in Albany, echoing what we've heard from some of the other officials. I think I'd be much more comfortable with that. I'm also not clear on who this resolution is directed to. I think having a to is important. Who is this to? I guess it's to him, but you know,
I mean, they're all kind of, it's all kind of a little vague. When it's a resolution, it's kind of a to the public, but yeah, maybe there's a better way to do it. So it's directed to someone.
I think it should be directed to somebody within city government.
State government.
But he's not a city official.
Yeah, it would be state.
I just really don't think that this board has the jurisdiction or authority or, you know, any power over state government.
Danielle, can I address that? Just, it was a question.
Can we just, I want to go in order and I want to make sure everyone has a chance to speak. So I will come back to you, but I want
to clarify the city state thing.
Let me just go in order, please, of the hands. Marcella.
Everyone. So my name is Maricela Cano. I'm the Director of Community Boards for the Queensborough President's Office. So I've been listening to kind of what's going on, and I just want to remind everybody that community boards, all 14 of the community boards, are city agencies. City agencies do not take formal positions on, and should not take, because it's a conflict of interest. It's like the Borough President's Office endorsing a candidate as an office, which we don't. The Borough President will endorse someone as himself, but not using the office as a vehicle of endorsement or criticize or anything. So I think we want to be really careful about how this is put out. The community board is designed to discuss, debate, and deliver and vote on issues that are presented to the board, not to discuss on what is at stake. The BP did not urge him to resign. He said that it needs to be investigated. So that alone, I mean, you know, I think this is a very sensitive topic. And like, I think like a couple of people, including Maury, had mentioned it. We are, you know, and very few people I think on the board are attorneys. And this is something that be handled by the people who are either, I think, in DA's office in the Bronx, or I don't know if in the DA's office in Queens. But I think this is kind of really stepping over the boundaries of what a community board should be doing, and is really discussing the issues that are immediately affecting the community. This has been sent over, I believe, to the DA's office. I would let them handle it. If you want to do a vote of no confidence, that is something that we can discuss further. Which I think is fine if you all are in agreement on that. But I think to write a resolution, I really do think it's overstepping the boundaries of what the community board is there to do, which is to serve the public, not to take political stances on how each individual feels on a particular elected official. So I will just say that the community board, again, is an independent city agency. So I will let the leadership take on that, but I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to just point out that the reason that I think this has actually come up is because many members of the community have brought this to my attention and to other board members' attentions. That's why it's sort of coming up, because I, like, as the chair, I am getting a lot of like, somebody needs to say something, somebody needs to do something, but it is, to Maury's point, more about representation. I do think what happened is terrible, but it is a lot about representation and feeling like the community isn't getting that representation. I think the vote of no confidence is an interesting idea, that maybe that is the route we go. And I will shut up and go to Tom.
Thank you. I've amended my written comments to begin with, that I respect the caution received from the Borough President's Office, and I do encourage us to take this matter seriously and encourage our Chair Brecker to speak further with the Borough Hall before calling on a vote on this matter. I think I heard mentioned earlier that 2 is important. who has the authority to remove this individual from office? The comments made about this being a investigation being conducted by the DA's office, I think, is an important matter. I do go back a few comments ago. If I were to call on a vote today, and it did, and was amended for a call of no confidence, I feel I could support that because that's what I feel today. I think the motion on the table is calling for us to be judge and jury, and I'm not comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I am going to go to Diana.
Thanks. I just wanted to add that, I really agree with what with Zichun's suggestion, and I also am wondering, since I'm still getting the lay of the land, because he mentioned today in his statement that he was going to put out a statement, can we request in the next week that he actually addresses these issues more imminently, since he's mentioned, he's taken this much time to address his issues? Can we get an actual statement that would maybe help before we get to a vote of no confidence, actually hear, how he would actually kind of move to address his inactions?
Thank you. Mary, before I go to you, I'm going to go to Sheila.
Yeah, I just, for Camille and for, everyone, in the charter, because we spent a lot of time in the charter and on the bylaws, we do advise state agencies, even though we are a body, an appointed city body of city government. It is in the charter that we advise public agencies. And then in our bylaws, it does say city, state, and federal government. It does not give us authority, but we are allowed to be advisory. But that's separate. I just want to clarify that's separate from the issue of this particular resolution and whether it's within or without or not within what, as Maricela was pointing out, we should be doing. I just want that.
Thanks, Sheila. Mary?
Since Steve's not here to remind us, we have a motion. Before I am tempted to call the question, I'm actually going to ask Laura, since she presented the motion, if she would be amiable to tabling this till next month, when we can discuss this further and perhaps amend this to be a vote of no confidence in lieu of a resolution.
And add to that,
Anne-Marie, sorry,
that would allow me some time to talk to the lawyer for the borough president.
Laura,
okay. Should I let Anne-Marie speak, or should I respond to
Anne-Marie's, I don't see a hand up. I only see
Anne-Marie is having trouble with her hand function.
I see. She's flailing her hands up. Got it.
And I'm sorry, I'm having trouble listening and reading the chat right now. So Anne-Marie.
Well, and just as a reminder, the chat doesn't go into public record. So I have not been reading the chat personally, other than when Laura called my attention to the resolution.
Anyway.
Remind everybody.
Anne-Marie. Yes, sorry. Anne-Marie is having a problem with her.
Her hand. Thank you so much. I don't have chat for some reason today. So that's why I was messaging Danielle directly. I think all the ideas we're discussing tonight are super important. I myself would be more in favor of a vote of no confidence, but I also want to raise the question of what can our strategy be to move this forward in kind of a larger way. I can speak directly as a member of the American Institute of Architects. When the Me Too movement happened, we put forward a measure that the AIA changed their code of ethics. So I think another piece to understand is, what is the state assembly's code of ethics that Mr. Ardea is supposed to be abiding by? And how can we appeal to the state assembly to make any necessary changes if he's not been abiding by that code of ethics, or to review that code of ethics. We're going through this with the Supreme Court right now. They don't have a code of ethics, or something's going on somewhere. And I think it would be great for us to be sort of proactive in that longer term understanding for future, representatives and how they behave.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go to Zishan, Tom, and then finish up with Laura, who I think is probably going to make a motion to her motion.
Yeah, I just when you talk to the BP's council, I think if there's other creative ways to do this as well, perhaps the point about us being commenting on other agency business. The state assembly is an agency, so to speak. We regularly comment on city DOT projects, for example. So we do have some precedent, and we'll see agencies speak out against actions of other agencies from time to time. So maybe another thought would be that if we have to make a point about his compliance with state ethics rules, or even compliance with what our own rules are, that sounds like another good path.
Good point. Thank you. Tom?
Thank you. So again, I encourage Chairwoman Brecker to speak to Borough Hall. Second, I believe it was Amory who made comments, which made me recall, and please anyone correct me if I'm wrong, I almost think we should address the two field to the assembly who had the responsibility to investigate this matter, and they failed to do so. So those are the groups that we need to hold accountable, the people who failed to investigate the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura?
Sure. Before I do anything, Marisol, do you have additional comments?
Sorry.
No, my mistake. I had my hand. I never put it down. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. All right. So given all of the comments and very valid points that all of you have made, I would like to withdraw the motion on the table and replace it with a motion to issue a vote of no confidence tonight, and potentially draft a new resolution to be voted on next month.
I
just
second that.
want to restate just the point I wrote in the chat, which is that while the community board is absolutely nonpartisan, it is inherently political. We are an advisory board, and I believe that in this advisory capacity, it is important to use the power and the platform that we do have to represent the community and to do right by ourselves and our neighbors who don't feel represented right now.
Roz seconded that.
Thank you,
I don't
Roz.
know if anybody heard.
I was wondering if I should re-second, but Roz got it, so.
Okay, so we're going to discuss that motion, starting with Tom, then Camille.
Thank you. So I just want to understand the motion on the table is for us to rewrite the motion for no confidence, but also to have Chair Brecker speak with Borough Hall before we act on this. Is that correct?
We are amending the resolution to include, after I speak with, not Borough Hall, council.
Thank you.
Council to the borough.
Council of Borough Hall. I appreciate that, Chair Brecker. Thank you very much. I have no further
You're
questions.
amending that to the, and Laura, do you accept that amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Neil?
Great. My understanding, and Maricela, can you please clarify? I thought you said that we could consider a vote of no confidence, and it sounded like in the future after speaking to the Borough Hall, or
Yeah, I think definitely after speaking to the general counsel, and also honestly conflicts of interest, because this is a conflicts of interest issue. Again, it's like DOT taking a stance. I mean, and yes, community boards are advisory to city issues, not to, to state issues. And it's not even a state issue that affects the community. It's a political regarding an elected member. It's what we're having in Long Island right now with George Santos. I mean, as horrible as he was elected, and people, you know, as mad as we are about what's happening there, you know, we kind of have to wait it out until he gets hopefully replaced. And I think that's something that, as awful as this is, we need to understand that this is someone that was democratically elected, no matter how bad things ended up being. And I've never seen this in a community board. I've been working in government for almost 10 years. It's concerning to me that we're now moving from community boards to kind of like a political club. But again, I think once we just discuss this with the general counsel and COIB, if this is something that has maybe happened or there is precedent, and you in CB2 wants to move forward, then for sure, by all means. But it's, you know, it's really setting a precedent for what the role of community boards are.
Thank you for that clarification. On that note, I'm not clear that we have like jurisdiction to have a vote of no confidence. I'm also not clear if that would actually do anything. So I think it would be ineffective and not a good use of our time.
Sheila?
Everything that Camille just said. Yeah, I understood us waiting until you had an opportunity to speak with general counsel.
What's been put forth is that we will, in the next meeting, we will move to a vote of no confidence after I speak with general counsel to the borough president in the next few weeks before the meeting. Right, Laura?
Are we voting or we're not voting?
Sorry, the motion was to do a vote of no confidence tonight, but to draft a formal resolution for the next meeting.
That's what I understood. Yes,
yeah, sorry, I thought the amendment was just the semantics of the council part.
I misunderstood.
No, so I'll clarify my amendment, which was, I think we need to wait to vote until we speak to counsel from the borough president's office.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Laura, do you accept
I think
that?
especially in light of the guidance provided to us this evening from the borough president's office.
Before I decide, I would just like to hear any other comments from fellow board members.
Okay, so Maury is next.
Yeah, I think just echoing what I heard from the borough president's office, I think Maricela, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think that the big emphasis here is that, I mean, it's hard because in our role as community board, we see ourselves as, you know, appointed folks who are representing our community, and I can see how important this is, and we want to take a vote and take a stance, and we've had resolutions about a lot of different things over the years. But I think what we can't lose track of is that community board is, as Maricela said, not a political club or this or that or the other. It is a city agency, and just like DOT would not weigh in on an elected official, right? We are a city agency, and the chair of the board is actually the head of the agency. So, you know, just like we have folks come from DOT and sanitation and other agencies and come and speak to us, you know, those agencies never come out and speak about elected officials. They don't get into that political territory. Individuals can, as individuals, and should do. So I think it's a very dangerous, slippery slope. So I think we have to tread very lightly. I'm not saying we shouldn't do this eventually, but we really need to get advice from Borough President's Council, the Conflicts of Interest Board. We can't set a precedent for the whole city. We shouldn't, because we could be putting the community board in a very precarious position where it could get sued. And we should really be very careful about this and make sure we have the right and the responsibility as an agency of the city of New York, that is given our role by the charter of the city, that we are within the rules of the charter. And I don't think we should rush to a vote on that. We have another meeting, and I think we should table this And I would move to table this motion until next month. If I can get a second.
I'd second that motion.
Wait a minute, we have a motion on the
Yes.
table already that we need to resolve before we have another motion.
Sure.
Actually, I think, and I believe that motion to table takes precedence.
Why?
When somebody makes a motion to table.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yes, that's correct.
And we have to have a second before we can discuss?
We
did. I think,
we had a
Christine
second.
Yeah,
Seconded
Christine
the-
seconded.
I seconded the motion to table.
Who's that? Christine? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just say, I don't agree with you, Maury. I'm sorry. I don't actually think this is political. I think that if the head of DOT, not saying this happened, did something that was unethical or inappropriate and wasn't responding and the community was outraged, I think we would have a similar reaction. And I don't think that's political. I think that's
Point of clarification, Chair. Point of clarification. The DOT is not political, but the head of the DOT would not come out and make a comment on a politician. That's what Maricel was saying, right?
I think, okay, we disagree, Maury. I think they should. They may not do it, but I think they should if a politician is behaving inappropriately. But we can disagree, and I'm going to move to, sorry, suddenly my screen is Nellie.
Thank you. So just 2 points from the perspective of what the net benefit and impact here is. So one is, we've heard several times on this call that, the community is, obviously concerned, and that's why this has now become an issue of the board. But I'm wondering, do we have any sense of whether a resolution or a board statement of no confidence is in fact going to feel like it's responsive to what we are hearing in the community? So that's number one. And then two is, and maybe this can come up in your conversations with the borough president's office chairperson, but I'm going blank. Oh, are there, going back to the key issue of representation, are there other creative mechanisms we could use to really address that point more head on rather than make it about the person? So make it more about the lack of representation that perhaps could be, emerging from this issue.
Thank you. Benji?
I'm still struggling with one important thing, which is this idea that we might be opening a Pandora's box by having a motion a way or another, and that would be a very political statement. The thing is that the absence of a statement is also a political decision. I'm a biology teacher. When I teach about the kidney disease to my students, to my anatomy physiology students, if I don't talk about things like access to healthcare and how African Americans and some other communities are more affected by kidney disease, if I don't talk about this, I'm making a political statement. If I'm talking about it, I'm just making the opposite political statement. At this point, because quite a few of us, as far as I understand, I've heard from some of our friends and neighbors in the community board of their concerns, trying to not make a statement or trying to make a statement either way could be interpreted as political. And so I'm trying to wrap my head around, and I forgot who mentioned that basically we might be opening a Pandora's box. I think it might be effectively a good idea to have a serious conversation with people who know and who can understand what would be the consequences, to bring back to us some sort of guidelines to have a reasonable response, which is not silence. Because I think what I'm getting from everyone's comments, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we don't really want to be silent on that point. On the other hand, we've heard from the person who represents the borough president that it might be inappropriate for us to say anything. And this is where like I have a difficulty is like what's political about it, because no matter what we do, it is going to be a political statement, at least from the handful, maybe it's a handful per community board member who said, hey, I've heard of my neighbors, of that person, of this person, that they're concerned about that. For the person who talked to us, it will be interpreted as us burying the concern of our neighbors if we don't say anything. And so on the other end, one could say is like, hey, today we haven't heard of community members about this in particular, but I bet if community members would have known that Juan Adrela would have been here for the community board meeting, probably some people would have wanted to voice their opinion of the community. And so, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm kind of thinking out loud, but I'm sharing that with the group because I think it's an important reflection we need to do. Yes, maybe we're opening a Pandora's box. How can we do that thoughtfully? Because a Pandora's box that makes sure that people with unsavvy pasts who seem to not be as apologetic as one would want and would be escaping any sort of public statement for several months is not someone that many people, not just us in the community board, but more than a handful of people don't want to be represented with.
Thank you. Dr. Oz?
Hi there. Yeah, I agree with Benji's point 100%. I think if we don't say anything, we are saying something. And I do think there is a consensus, maybe not a full consensus, but there's very much questioning and certainly characterizable as a lack of confidence or a vote of no confidence would be appropriate now, and then further investigation, checking with the lawyer and so on, because a vote of no confidence is simply that. It's a public statement of no confidence, and I think we could stand by that.
Thank you, Roz. Tom?
Thank you. Again, I encourage Chair Becker to speak with council, the standards of conduct. I question also, in terms of representation, how can the board vote as it relates to representation? Are we going to exclude those board members who are not represented by this assemblyman? Juan Adrela does not represent everyone on community board 2. Do we include those who do not have his representation in the vote? That's my question.
That wouldn't make
What
sense.
he's talking about would be him representing Community Board 2, not us personally, or not me, but those of us who are in his district personally, is how in my mind it would be. But that would be something I would get clarified on.
Thank you. Again, my comments are not directed towards the assembly member's conduct. It is directed towards the mechanisms of our board. Thank you.
Understood. Carlos?
Thanks. So I think that, if we end up doing something, we want to make sure that we're doing like the most effective thing for what we want to do. In order to do that, we need a much better understanding of what we're allowed to do, and a lot of the possibilities of what we can do. And I think in order to get to that point, like Danielle needs to have this conversation with the council, with the people at the VP's office, whoever it makes sense for those conversations to happen with. And I have no doubt that she'll be able to do that effectively. So that's why I think it makes sense to table this for now. And I fully support doing something, just in general. I think statements are powerful regardless of whatever we end up saying. I think if, we'll be able to make a difference in some way, because I think that's what people want. And that's why we're here, to represent the community, and we're hearing that there are problems. But I want to make sure that we're we're doing in the best possible way and in a legal way. And we don't want to, shoot ourselves in the foot with whatever we end up saying just because we don't fully understand how the best way to say it yet. So I support Danielle going to talk to the general counsel first and tabling this.
Thank you. Okay, Mary, and Mary is going to be the
This is
last
gonna be it.
person.
So, a couple of time notes, it's 10:15 and we've not even gone into the two things that we
Yes.
are supposed to be voting on. And nor have any of the other chair people had a chance to talk about their committee updates. But on this topic, we've spent hours talking about this situation. I thank you, Carlos. You've spoken very well and you pretty much summed up my thoughts. But I do also want to make a very important point. Everybody in Community Board 2, and even those outside of Community Board 2, are invited to this public meeting, and they all have 2 minutes to make public comment. So I just want to put that on the record, that people who may be talking to us as constituents, and they know that they are voicing their opinions to us, but unless they come to this meeting and put their opinion on the record, we do not know and have, I mean, how many people came in today, other than public officials who did spoke. When we went to public comment, I can't count more than, I don't even know. The meeting was so long ago that we started. How many people came from the public to talk about this situation and to voice their opinion or their concern about it? So I just want to kind of remind people that if your neighbors and your friends and other constituents that we represent are voicing their concerns to you, I always invite them, send them a link to this meeting, and they're more than welcome to come. And because their opinions and their concerns are valid and are important, but they need to go on the record and they need to be on the public record, and they have their 2 minutes. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to get off my soapbox, and I'm hoping to wrap this up before midnight tonight. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kenny, I'm gonna.
I just wanted to call
the last person to go.
I just wanted to call the question, which is to
Thank you.
table
So
the
the
motion.
question is to table this till the next meeting. That's the first question. Debbie, do we need to do a voice vote, or what do we need to do?
Show of hands.
Okay, so for all of those who want to table this till the June meeting, after I speak with the borough president, please, sorry, raise your hand.
Virtual hand or?
Oh, here, wait.
Virtual
looks
hand,
like-
virtual
looks like
hand.
you're on the-
Anne Marie, why don't you just put in the chat what you want to vote?
This is a vote to table. Raise our
Yes,
hand.
this
if
is the
we want
vote to
it.
table till next month.
Who's recording this? The vote.
Debbie, are you
We
recording
need
this, or
to
do you need me to
it.
call
We
out
need to have a
names?
roll call because.
I think we should have a roll call because this is very confusing.
Okay.
Okay, let's do a roll call.
Is Debbie here?
Everybody's
one
moving
minute,
on my screen
one
because of the
moment.
hand, so, yeah,
Everybody's moving.
yeah,
One moment.
okay. So this is a vote to table, so a yes vote means you're voting yes to table till next month.
Finally, yes is yes.
Yes, finally, yes, yes.
And Paro Appleby,
Yes.
Nellie Afshar
Yes.
is absent. John Bahia. John Bahia.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. Can everyone hear me or no? I don't know if anybody hears me.
Anne Marie Brankowski.
Yes.
Carisha Patan.
Yes.
Nick Barkowitz.
I'm abstaining.
Comes a no vote. Sandra Begishka.
Yes.
Kat Bloomfield.
No.
Daniel Brecker.
No.
Carlos Castile Crowe.
Yes.
Tanya Shaver, absent. Osmond Chowdhury,
No.
Kelly Craig, absent. Davis absent, Lisa Dilla absent, Maury Gallinoy,
Yes.
Somnith Kamir,
No.
Dr. Roz Gianosis, Dr. Roz,
No.
Emil Gray,
Yes.
Kenny Greenberg,
Yes.
Mohammed Hossein,
No.
Christine Hunter,
Yes.
Leland Kindell,
Yes.
Trun Khan is absent, Diana Ketchler,
Yes.
Primit Kumar,
Yes.
Chimachang Lama is absent, Sheila Lewandowski,
Yes.
Benjamin Lucas,
I'm gonna say yes.
Patrick Martinez,
Yes.
Tom Matusitz,
Yes.
Eric Nauberg,
Yes.
Megan O'Neill, absent, Zishan Ott,
Yes.
Riley Owens,
No.
Clara Oza,
Yes.
Omaya Saab,
Yes.
Roberto Saldana,
Yes.
Laura Shepherd,
No.
Ryan Smith,
Yes.
Caroline Spitzer,
Yes.
Lauren Springer,
Yes.
Kinshak Tashi, absent, Agnello Thomas,
Yes.
Mary Torres,
Sorry, finding mute. Yes.
Leticia Vasquez,
Yes.
Frank Wu is absent, Kalsang Yang Sao, absent. Okay, motion carries. Motion to table.
Thank you. Thank you all for the discussion. And I know it's late and we haven't had a late meeting in a while. And with that, Debbie, it's district manager's report time.
Do I really have to follow that? I will try to be brief. I will cut some of my notes down.
Thank you.
Just for the sake of time and other business that you guys have to do. So congratulations to the new board members. And my notes were just Danielle will go over committee assignments next month. So I will say that. She already noted that we attended the State of the Borough. I did attend the Borough Board swearing in. Saw a few of the new board members there and a couple of our existing ones, and it was great to see everybody at the swearing in. Sadly, some of you did not stay for the conflicts of interest board, which would be very appropriate. Maybe we should have them come as a guest speaker just to go over what you're allowed and what you're not in light of tonight's meeting, but that's up to our chair. CB2 has been continuing to notify parks of all the tree planting requests. If you notice, they are doing pruning and they are within our board. We're trying to get all your requests in. Thank you very much for the list. And they are doing a lot around the district. We're trying to get them notified. Patrick, thank you for sending in your about 150 sites, and that was terrific. We gave them to parks. Noonan Playground, which is including plantings, benches, pavement, stairs, fencing, lighting, and fountains, has begun. The completion date for the renovation and the construction of Noonan Playground is March 2024. Shonky Square Park construction is delayed due to electrical design concerns. So they have to go back to the drawing board and work on some of that. So I wanted to let you know there are some virtual visioning sessions for the following playgrounds. Lawrence Virgilio Playground, May 9th at 7. It's virtual. Every one of these are on our website. Please look. The link is there. Murray Playground Dog Run Reconstruction. That's May 11th at 6:30 p.m. And Murray Playground Synthetic Turf, May 9th at 7:30 p.m. The Land Use Committee and the Long Island City Partnership will have a LIC bid expansion walkthrough on May 9th at 4 o'clock. They will meet at the corner of Borden Avenue and 21st Street at the footbridge. Anyone who wants to go on that walk or participate, please RSVP the board office. We'll try to keep a list so we can make sure that you're accounted. CB2 has hired a new intern. The LaGuardia Community College has their specialized program. So hopefully we will get our new intern mid-May, and that will run through June. And that's a very big help. This month, since our last board meeting till now, we have, which was the 13th of April, 24 complaints. The top complaints were transportation, signage, signals and potholes, tree issues, pruning, etc., and sanitation, garbage issues, and NYPD blocking of sidewalks and prostitution were tied for the third place. So we really had the top 4 issues this month. Again, happy Mother's Day. If you see a veteran, salute him for his service and say thank you on Memorial Day. Happy and a safe Memorial Day to everyone. As Pat put in the chat, may the 4th be with you today.
Carisha, do you have a question for Debbie?
Yeah, quick question, Debbie. Thank you for the update about Noonan and Stockton Square. Is that in any way coordinated with our previous request to repurpose the bulletin boards?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, Eric said any place that had a bulletin board, they're saving it. And then we will either put it back there or put it where, and we're going to work with you and your organization to be the co-maintenance partners for the bulletin board. So,
thank you so much.
So Parks and Eric has assured me that we're going to partner on your requests. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Teal, city planning report.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I can't see myself on video, but I assume that you all can see me. Thanks. One quick ULURP update to start. 2310 Queens Plaza South, the commercial office tower in the Long Island City core, was adopted. That the land use application was adopted by the city council, and so that project can move forward when they're ready. I don't have any other ULURP updates at this time, but we do have some updates around the City of Yes text amendments and the carbon neutrality text amendment, which is intended to get zoning out of the way of, different types of techniques that can be involved in buildings to help create like a more sustainable world or city that we live in. So this particular text amendment was presented to the City Planning Commission in late April, and then it was referred out to the community boards this week. Just a quick reminder for everyone, these text amendments, they're technically not ULURP. They don't actually follow the full ULURP process, but we do refer them out to the community boards, and we offer presentations, and certainly encourage you to, provide or hold a public hearing and provide a recommendation to us. And so with all of that being said, I just want to let you know, I'm happy to provide you with a presentation when you're ready. I can join land use committee this month, full board next month. It's up to you. But we do like a bit of a short timeline because this text amendment we need to get your recommendation before the end of July. And I know that you all, probably don't want to meet over the summer. So I just want to give you like the full realm of what we're working with at the moment.
So thank you, Teal. I think that recommended, I haven't had a chance to talk to Lisa about it, but I think if you can plan on, giving us a presentation at the upcoming land use meeting in May, then we'll be, and then likewise at the full board in June.
Okay, great.
Good,
And
thanks.
I recommend as well for, anyone who has a chance, if you think that you're going to be interested in this or have questions, you can watch our informational sessions, or if you have some extra time on your hands, the CPC public hearing. And that way you can feel kind of prepared going into my presentation. Do you have any other questions for me?
Questions for Teal? Okay, thank you. See you in land use.
Yeah.
Okay, Christine, we want to do the discussion and votes.
Yeah, I know it's getting late. So we'll start with the first presentation, which is 2137 45th Avenue, which is the the rear addition. I heard language about the landmarks criteria for a rear addition that I actually hadn't heard before, kind of in two parts. One that, and maybe, I think Anne Marie, you added something as well, that, the new addition should not be larger than the average of a majority of what's existing. I'm not saying that right, but from the way it was said, it seems to me, and it was that this addition clearly, this proposed addition was in excess of that. So that was new information. And I don't know if there's any other discussion that people have, comments that people have.
So we have Kenny.
I would like to make a motion that we say no, unless they can come to an agreement with the neighbors as to a more appropriate renovation or whatever we're talking about here. Yeah, extension.
Second.
Mary seconded. Debbie? Okay, let's discuss. Camille?
Two questions. The first, is there a recommendation from the land use committee?
You.
The land use committee, I'm sorry, I should have said that first. The land use committee did not make a recommendation because we did not have any information about, opinions from the neighbors. And also we wanted the shadow study to understand the impact on neighboring yards, which, and I think there is clearly an impact, given that it's a very tight block with a facing a huge building, and at present they have only, short windows of sun on the block. This does, this addition would affect the neighbors in the early morning and the late afternoon. And so I, in my mind, that would be another, another negative.
And I think that's my second comment / question. I'm unclear about what the role of the neighbors is in terms of assessing this. It doesn't seem like it's relevant criteria based on what I heard.
You mean that landmarks doesn't take into account?
Or what is the criteria that we should be using to vote?
Well, that's why I was raising that I heard that there was specific language about the size of the addition relative to other additions on the block that I hadn't heard before. What I was already aware of, and it's why I asked for the shadow study, is that there is, for any new construction in or adjacent to a landmarks property or a landmarks district, there is a criteria of not impacting the shadows, not negatively impacting the light falling on that landmarks district. So in my mind, that there is a negative impact here. And this additional language about this new addition not being, not being larger than most of the additions that are there already.
Since it's my motion, can I ask Camille, are you suggesting that rather than the motion including input from the neighbors, that instead we apply a specific standard as per landmarks and as we were informed earlier.
That's what I would prefer. It doesn't seem like, even if they came to an agreement with the neighbors, it seems like that's not relevant to to the consideration brought before us.
I would agree. I would agree to that if we can, because none of us are, unless somebody here can give us the very specific criteria. But I definitely, I'm open to that for sure, as long as we have that criteria.
So Kenny, you accept the motion or the amendment?
Kenny, you need to restate the motion very clearly.
Well, that's the thing. I'm saying we reject the application unless it is able to comply with the relative size limitations as that's required by the landmarks. I believe the problem is I'm not knowledgeable about what we were just informed about tonight, so I'm trying to find better language for that. There were two people here on the board who spoke to that earlier.
And just so everybody knows, Landmarks is hearing this application on Tuesday.
Okay.
Just answering that, I'm not out of turn because it's technically on topic. You can see the railing from the street. You're not supposed to see anything from the street.
Right, but I agree. So that's one of the stipulations, but the other was very specific, as Camille pointed out, to the relative size in comparison to other similar extensions. And there was some language about that we heard earlier, and Christine alluded to it as well, but none of us can quite remember the language.
Anne Marie, do you know where we would find that language?
I think it has to do with the bulk regulations, but I don't know exactly where you would find it, but I'm happy to look for it. In terms of the railing and the extensions, that's not hard and fast that you're not supposed to see anything. In experience with landmarks, if they don't view it as obtrusive, they can accept it.
Oh,
in terms of bulk regulations, I mean, landmarks doesn't have bulk regulations. Zoning has. This proposal does comply with zoning.
I just saw Camille's recommendation in the chat, and I'll agree to that. That just a rejection without a stipulation, because I think it's too
I
difficult.
would be comfortable with seconding that again, Kenny.
Okay, so
Kenny, would you be comfortable saying we feel that the the proposed addition is inappropriately large and should be redesigned? I think.
Perfect.
Okay,
Yeah.
Can you state the motion, Kenny?
The motion, can somebody help me here? What she said. The motion is to reject because we feel that the design is inappropriately too large.
And Mary seconded that?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Nick?
I think that Kenny is a gentleman and a scholar. And I think that the neighbors are dealing with an applicant who's being pretty unneighborly here and has not done a good job discussing what they're planning on doing, and that we're all reeling from the surprise of what we're looking at here. And I just want to say all of that is completely irrelevant to the question before us, which is, do we think that this is something that fits within like the question of landmarks? And I just want to point out the fact that there's a feeling of growing consensus around the next motion that we're going to be voting on, which is that those windows are just fine and we should just let that go. Whereas this is not something that is majorly impacting the appearance of this building from the street. And this is not a ULURP question. I have a lot of sympathy for the neighbors next door. I think there's a lot we don't know about. Moreover, I think that we have a tremendous amount of question about what the actual nature of the landmark question that we're being asked here. And I think that it is capricious of us to deny this. And I will not be voting yes to summarily dismiss this. And I think it's inappropriate that we do so. And I urge everybody to also vote against summarily dismissing this, and that we should approve this resolution. Thank you. We should approve what the application before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Prameet?
I think I was with you, and I liked your logic until your conclusion was that you're going to vote to accept this proposal. But I agree that what should be relevant to us is not what the neighbors think. I'm sympathetic to construction, noise, the surprise, all that, but it's not relevant to our decision making. What should be relevant to us is whether it follows the LPC guidelines that these kinds of additions are expected to follow. We need to evaluate things like scale, visibility, materials, relationship to surrounding rear yards, all of that good stuff. For me, a rear yard addition is the big point here is the addition that's proposed similar to other additions on the block. And it seems pretty clear that the scale of this addition is atypical. So I would recommend that that we vote yes to Kenny's resolution. I like the way he restated it. I think we should not accept this, and it should be scaled back in size to something that's more typical to the neighborhood.
Can I respond to that? It's a direct comment on my previous comment. I just want to say I'd like to amend Kenny's resolution to include the next landmarks question as well, and that would be a resolution I would support because it's contiguous logic. The sashes of the windows hang at a different level, which is different from all of the other ones on the
order. We're not.
Wait, that's a different application.
No, I understand that, but I think that the logic that we're all trying to use here is the same, which is that there's a certain.
We haven't. That's not even a motion on the table or discussion.
I know. I'm offering an amendment to Kenny's resolution to make our logic consistent between these two applications, which are both landmark applications, and I'd like to apply.
I know Steve's not here, but can I call? I'm calling.
We need to keep the two.
Okay, withdrawn.
Sorry, we need to keep the two votes separate.
Could I just make one comment, which is that I've also for years followed the trope that that landmarks only referred to the facades of buildings, but the reality is, if that were true, they would not be asking us to weigh in on this specific issue. And if we were informed tonight that there are some other guidelines that do involve extensions, and that was news to me, quite frankly. But now that I'm aware of that, that's exactly why I'm proposing my motion. Yeah.
And I have heard landmarks say that in fact they have control over every exposed side of your building, which means, front facade, roof, and rear facade, or side facades. So they have some jurisdiction over your entire exterior.
Mary.
And that's why I'm seconding Kenny's motion. The rear facade is extremely, my vocabulary is not working. It's way too enormous. It's taking up 2/3 of the backyard. That 2/3 of that backyard is going to impede on Mary's property. She is west of there. She will have minimal light. She's going to be looking at a brick wall. The people who are on that deck are going to be able to look into her bedroom and see her in her most intimate situation. And this isn't someone voyeurism where you're 3 blocks away and you can look in. This is someone who literally can just look right into her window. And then we will be setting precedent that her neighbor now to the west of her can do the same. And then she'll be left living in a cave. So I do feel that the rear facade, when you look at it from the other buildings that do look in on that area, I have been in those buildings and have looked out. That will create a complete, it will be completely out of character with all the other rear facades of that block. So I just want to put that out there that people may not realize that. You're looking at 2 or 3 photos that the architects supplied to us, but anybody who's observing and looking from high-rise buildings or those other 8-story buildings will see a very different look from that other side. It will completely change the look of the rear facades.
Thank you. Sheila?
I'll be very quick. Thank you for crafting the resolution. I support it. I do want to ask if you would make an amendment to add the term obtrusive. Because if you look down the block, that railing visible is part of the facade. And if it's the only building that has the railing above and you see it, then to me, you can deem it to be obtrusive.
I'll accept that.
Thank you.
Maury?
Okay, this has nothing to do with the specific issue, but I've been waiting my turn because I didn't want to interrupt everybody. But I noticed that a lot of folks, including some of the new members, have been putting their thoughts in the chat, and they might not realize that doesn't become part of the record, and it doesn't get your questions or your decisions or your thoughts voiced. And if you want something added to a motion or want something amended, you need to raise your hand and put it out there. If you want to give your opinion, you need to raise your hand and put it out there. If it's put in the chat, that's fine if you want to just discuss it there and don't want it part of the public record or discussion. But if you do want it to be part of the discussion and you want to affect the motion, then you want to raise your hand. That's all.
Yep. Thank you, Maury. That is true. This is not like a normal meeting where people, someone is monitoring the chat and it goes on record. It is not part of the public record. Is there anyone else who has anything to say about this?
Even though I second it, am I allowed to call the question?
You are. Go crazy.
I called the question.
Wait, okay. Okay, great. Debbie, is this a voice vote or a hand vote?
Roll call.
Sorry about that. Roll call.
Okay, let's do it.
We'll do roll calls for both the landmarks, so we have the records. And on this application, they are voting Tuesday, so Monday we will have to get the resolution to them.
Sorry, can we just hear it one last time before we do the roll call?
Yeah. Can we just hear the resolution, Kenny?
All right, the resolution as I have it is Kenny made the motion, Mary seconded it to reject the application, and the design proposed is inappropriately large.
And
obtrusive.
And obtrusive, okay.
And I would say, and inconsistent with the other existing additions
That
on.
wasn't part of the motion. You have to ask for an amendment.
Oh, okay.
I accept that amendment.
Okay.
Can I?
Obtrusive and inappropriately, what was the last part, Christine?
What did I say?
Rewind.
Inconsistent
Rewind
with
the
the
tape.
facade.
Yeah, sorry, thank you.
Inconsistent with the rest of the ball.
Inconsistent with the existing additions on the rest of the block.
Additions on the rest of the block.
Can I also ask if this motion could point out that it's contrary to the LPC?
Okay.
Regulation.
Impero Applebay.
Wait, Roz is asking for an amendment.
Yeah, Roz was saying something.
Yeah.
Oh, you are sorry, Roz, but I didn't hear you. Can you raise your volume
Oh,
or move your mic?
wait. I'm sorry, I had to put my
Better.
headset on.
Perfect.
Of course. Sorry about that. I just thought maybe we ought to reference in this motion our understanding of the Landmark Preservation Commission's rules that Promete originally had cited that pertain to bulk.
Well, that's what I thought that Christine essentially alluded to without.
Right, when I said it was
Maybe with the
inconsistent
letters
with-
LPC somewhere.
I personally think it's fine the way it is. Kenny?
Okay, well, no problem.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. Impero Applebay.
Yes.
Nellie Ashkar.
Yes means no here.
Yeah, yes means in favor of Kenny's resolution.
Yes means no. Yeah.
No.
That was Nellie that just said no?
Yes.
Okay. John Bahia? John Bahia? John, you're here. I see you. Can you unmute? What's your vote? All right, I'll come back to John. Anne Marie Bankowski.
Yes.
Patricia?
Yes.
John. Thank you. Nick Berkowitz.
No.
Sandra Begishka.
Yes.
Kat Bloomfield.
Yes.
Danielle Brecker.
Yes.
Carlos Castile Crowe.
No.
Asmin Chowdhury.
Yes.
Kelly Craig. Absent. Warren Davis absent. Lisa Della absent. Maury Galliner.
Yes.
Somnath Gamir. Somnath. I think he left. Okay. Left. Okay. Dr. Rosamond Gianosis.
Yeah, I'm a yes. I support Kenny's vote in opposition.
Thank you, Rose. Camille Gray.
Yes.
Kenny Greenberg.
Yes.
Mohammed Hossein.
Yes.
Christine Hunter.
Yes.
Leland Kendall.
Yes.
Jordan Khan is absent. Diana Ketchler.
Yes.
Okay. Harmeet Kumar.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here, Samnath Gamir.
Somnath Gamir. And what's your vote, Somnath?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Chimilang Lama.
Absent.
Absent. Sheila Lewandowski.
Yes.
Benjamin Lucas. Benjamin Lucas. Your vote?
Yes to the motion.
Okay, thank you so much. Patrick Martinez.
Yes.
Thank you. Tom Matusitz.
Yes.
Eric Narberg.
Yes.
Megan O'Neill, absent. Zishanat.
No.
Riley Owens.
Yes.
Clara Ozit.
Yes.
Omaya Saab.
Yes.
Roberto Saldana.
No.
Laura Shepherd.
Yes.
Ryan Smith.
Yes.
Caroline Spitzer.
Yes.
Lauren Springer.
Yes.
Punchak Tashi. Absent. Agnello Thomas.
Yes.
Mary Torres.
Yes.
Leticia Vasquez.
Yeah.
Frank Wu absent. Kelsang Yang Sao absent. Okay, motion carries.
Okay.
You. Okay. Christine, the next one?
Yeah, the next one, the committee, the land use committee did vote to approve this. And I think our logic is that the applicant did apply and get approval from Landmarks for the work, and I think executed it in good faith. And we did not feel that the variation in sightlines, in the exact proportions of the windows was enough to disapprove it, especially as it would be extremely difficult at this point to have to replace those windows. And we didn't feel that it overly negatively impacted the block.
Okay. Anyone have a motion before I start taking the comments?
I'll make a motion to support the land use recommendations to support the windows as presented.
And I'll second it.
Okay, Mary.
I'll make it quick. I think Christine stated it very well, that land use is going to be seeing, and for some reason, they're pushing back to the community for, we're going green, we're going to be going more electric, we're trying to get people off of, quote unquote, off the grid, in something that's going to be completely highly energy efficient for this particular person. We're going to be seeing a lot of these things coming across. So I think, I think we're going to be faced with a lot more of this.
Yeah.
But I praise the owners for trying to be as energy efficient as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we already have in terms of solar panels on some of the gardens houses. And, I think Landmarks is just very cautious or unwilling to, it seems like they don't, they don't want to be the ones taking the responsibility to deviate on behalf of sustainability, but it's so they're sort of looking for approval from communities. That's what I've seen happening.
Permit.
Yeah, really quick. LPC likes passive house windows. They consider it to be acceptable as long as they don't significantly affect appearance. As a layperson, the appearance of those windows in the photo look totally fine to me. So I think we should approve.
Thank you, Nick.
I make a motion that we table this motion until we've heard more from the neighbors about this. I think that we set that standard in our last vote. And I don't think we've explored that sufficiently with this. And I think that this is a street-facing landmarks application. And I would insist that we apply the same standard across both of these. And would encourage everybody to vote to table this right now.
Debbie, were the neighbors notified of this hearing?
Everybody
a
was
neighbor here.
notified, plus we post it on our website, plus we send it to the press, plus we do a mailing.
So the immediate neighbors of this house were notified of this hearing and they didn't
As far as
come.
I understand, all our
Okay,
mail
does
went
that-
out, nothing came back.
Does that
We-
satisfy
there
you?
Or maybe it's one piece or something came back, but that's, we send it to residents, so it should go there.
Is there a second to the table to motion? Or is there a second there for the motion to table?
No
Okay.
second.
Carisha.
I just wanted to say, I don't know if this counts, but I saw earlier in the chat that there was a neighbor who commented that they live across from this building and sees the windows all the time and said that it didn't seem to bother them. I understand that was just one neighbor. I don't know if this was brought up in the discussion this evening, because I don't know how long I've been awake, but at the land use committee meeting, it was a point that was brought up that if they did have to replace the windows, besides it being difficult to do, it was not going to be cost effective, and the impact to replace the windows would be greater because of the construction than leaving the windows there. Secondly, they would have to find a completely new manufacturer because it was a manufacturer issue. So that was just something that we had taken into consideration during land use.
Yep.
And it was an international manufacturer at that. Sorry.
You're right.
Call the question.
Okay.
Did we receive a second?
That was Dr.
Roz.
Sheila made the motion, Dr. Ross seconded it, and the motion is to support the land use recommendation.
So yes means yes when you're voting. Okay,
Are we ready to vote?
we are.
Okay. And Carol Applebaum,
Yes.
Nellie Ashford,
Yes.
John Bahia,
Yes.
Anne Marie Bankowski,
Yes.
Carisha Baton,
Yes.
Nick Berkowitz,
Yes.
Sandra Begishka,
Yes.
Kat Bloomfield,
Yes.
Danielle Brecker,
Yes.
Carlos Castile Croak,
Yes.
Osmond Chowdhury,
Yes.
Maury Gallinoy.
He had to go. His partner's having surgery tomorrow.
Okay. Somnus Kamir,
Yes.
Dr. Roz Geonosis,
Goodness, you got to be fast. I'm a yes when yes means yes.
thank you. Camille Gray,
Yes.
Kenny Greenberg,
Yes.
Mohammed Hossein,
Yeah, but I have a condition, like after it say yes, the dinner will be served.
what was that?
My vote is yes.
He wants dinner to be served afterwards.
My pillow's calling me. Christine Hunter,
Yes.
Leland Kindell,
Yes.
Diana Ketchler,
Yes.
Harmeet Kamar,
Yes.
Sheila Lewandowski,
Yes.
Benjamin Lucas,
Yes.
Patrick Martinez,
Yes.
Patrick Martinez. He's here. I don't see him. There he is. Patrick, what's your vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Tom Matusitz,
Yes.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Eric Nauberg, thank you.
Yes.
Steve Shanat,
Yes.
Riley Owens,
Yes.
Clara Oza,
Yes.
Omaya Saab,
Yes.
Roberto Saldana. Roberto, you were here. Are you here? Are you still here?
He's
Roberto, I
there.
see your screen. Roberto,
Blink twice.
Come back to maybe step to the bathroom or something.
okay. Laura Shepherd,
Yes.
Ryan Smith,
Yes.
Caroline Spitzer,
Yes.
Lauren Springer,
Yes.
Agnello Thomas,
Yes.
Mary Torres,
Yes.
Letitia Vasquez,
Yes.
that's it. I just need Roberto's vote. Roberto, are you back? Okay, he stepped away. It's unanimous. Without Roberto and Maury, it's unanimous. It's still unanimous. And it passes.
Hey, thank you. Thanks, everybody. Okay, we're gonna do committee reports. There's a couple of committees that aren't gonna have reports, which is good, but I'm going to try to ask you to focus on the key, most important things about the committee meetings. And I'm gonna start with Sheila or Tom, whoever is going from transportation.
Sheila here, Transportation Committee. We met on Tuesday. Minutes will be out soon. Read them. And we did put out 4 letters. I'm just going to tell you the topics and you can get the details in the minutes so that we can move along. The topics were the BQE over Laurel Hill Boulevard, the overpass renovations. We sent a letter to reject it without some more work on environmental stuff, traffic slowing and all kinds of things like that. get the details in the that'll be sent out with that fabulous email newsletter that went out today with all the letters that went out. Nice job, office, by the way, and tech committee. We also put out a letter asking for lens of full accessibility to be used for all proposals coming to us from city agencies, thinking of seniors and people who are differently abled, to make sure their voices are included in designs. Northern Boulevard bus redesign, sport with a couple of questions. Vernon Triangle, where there recently was a hit and run and a fatality, wanting a redesign on that to look at all the safety issues, the crosswalks, traffic calming, accountability. So those were the 4 key things. Any questions? Nope, great. Read it all in the minutes.
Wait, okay. Are we allowed to
Oh,
ask a
no.
question that doesn't have to do with the minutes, or is it too late for this?
Ask a question. Go ahead.
Oh, Sheila, I was curious if there's any data up to this point from DOT about how many people are utilizing the get around parking spots that were newly installed for that new share ride thing?
I don't know. That's a question we can ask them. I mean, it's very, very soon. So I can ask them about preliminary data for the next month's meeting.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure, thank you
So
for-
far in Sunnyside, it's people are a little bit confused on how to use it, but they're mainly upset that it's just causing a lot of parking tickets because people don't see the change in the parking. But I definitely want to figure out a way to make it more effective because I understand why it's being.
Can you email in everything you just said so that we make sure to bring that? No, I'm serious.
Yeah, no, yes.
Because I want to make sure and tell those people to call the office.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Health, Human Services and Education, Lauren.
Yeah, I gave the report for our April meeting at last month's monthly meeting because it preceded it. And so our next meeting is on this Monday. That's all I have to say at 5.
Amazing. Arts and Culture, Carisha.
Sure, super fast because I actually was not there. So shout out to Anatole for running the agenda for me. There were a ton of grants that came out that we shared with everybody. We also had Frank Ottamanelli, who's the new operator of the LIC waterfront food restaurant kiosk at Hunters Point in South Park. They came to talk about the new mural project that they are currently, there will be releasing an RFP on it for folks to design their murals around the planters there. We also had the Bangladesh Institute of Performing Arts come and speak about their programming. And those are the main points. Our next meeting's on Tuesday. A lot of exciting stuff. The agenda already went out, so everybody come. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, engagement and inclusion, Nick.
Super quick, everybody. Very exciting news. We have a save the date for all of you for our coming spring social. It is going to be on July 8th, and it is in conjunction with the Queensboro Dance Festival's performance at Windmuller Park. So really excited that everybody could come from 3 to 6, and the performance then happens at 6 o'clock. More information to be coming on this, but really, really excited that this is happening and hope to see you all there. Put it on your calendars, July 8th.
Great. Awesome. Thank you. That was the one I was waiting for. So I hope everybody can join. It's going to be a great event all around. Okay, I'm going to skip city services because Stephen isn't here and it wasn't that exciting of a meeting. Small business and local economy, Kenny.
Okay, I'll be real quick. The main takeaway is that we're hoping to have a table for CB2 at the LIC Springs that comes up in a couple of weeks. And we'd be looking for volunteers from CB2 who'd be willing to sit a small amount of time, just so that we can rotate people throughout the day. It's not a very long day. So if you're interested in just sitting for one shift of say an hour at most, please get in touch with me. Thank you.
Just to cap on that, it's actually May 20th from 12 to 5. So an hour slot here and there, that would be great. We'll get more details out to that. And it's Small Business Week this week. So support your small businesses. National Small Business Week.
And where is this again? I'm sorry.
It's going to be on Vernon Boulevard. Usually it's between 44th what is it, 46 through to
48th.
Morton Avenue.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
We'll
all
get
the
the
way to
details
Morton.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be
Goes
great.
all the way to the 50th.
Yes, thank you.
It'd be great to have everyone come out and volunteer. We'll have the swag and the banner and everything there. Okay. Technology and access, is anyone here from that committee? Okay, I'm going to skip that. And Laura, environmental at Parks and Recreation.
Great, thanks. So we met last week and we had two speakers, Claire Mifflin from the Center for Zero Waste Design and Christine Berthet from CheckPeds and co-chair of Manhattan's CB4's Transportation Committee, talk about trash containers. And we were inspired by their presentations to pass a resolution asking DSNY and DOT to expand trash containers to Community Board 2. And we also had DEP present the new water quality testing lab that they're planning to site at 2402 49th Avenue. It's pre-ULURP. The clock will start on that when it does, but we gave them some feedback. And that's it.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. We are at the end. The next board meeting is Thursday, June 1st at 6:30 on, as of right now on Zoom. I think it will remain on Zoom, but if it changes, we will let you know.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'll second it.
I move that we finish this meeting, and I appreciate the involvement and active involvement of the new members. Thank you so much. We want to meet you.
Yep.
The party on the.
All right.
Great. I second Roz's motion.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.